And hello, everyone. We are now live with Carter's Monster. It's the Battle of Bull Run. We've got, I don't know, pretty close to 40 players. We've got about 8 umpires. My name is Marshall. I'm here on behalf of the International Kriegsspiel Society. I am here to serve as your announcer, and I will be walking you through the game as it unfolds throughout the day today. It is pretty early in the morning here on the West Coast. I've got my coffee going here with my official IKS mug. Um, it is afternoon already for our players who are in Europe. I think it is evening or late evening for our players in Australia down under. I don't know if we have anyone from Africa or Asia playing. We may. But again, we have people from all over the world, from every continent except Antarctica. Although I think if they heard about us down there, some of them would join too. So there you have it. But yes, we are playing a pretty big game today. I'll give you a quick look at the map and then we'll talk about a few other things. But this here is our Battle of Bull Run. The umpires are currently meeting on the map, and they are, as you can see, all the activity over here. You might find it hard to view. I'm going to turn my head off here so that you can see a little bit more of the map, because that's why you're here. Um, they're going over the battle and preparing to start today's game. You can see these blue columns here where the Union is approaching the battlefield, and you can see the gray blocks representing the Confederate defenses all over here. So it's going to shape up to be an interesting battle as the Union has to push across these fords and bridges and try to rout or break the Confederates. And we'll see what happens. It's not exactly the historic battle. The players have actually been playing by email for quite some time, getting set up, organizing, planning their strategy, and so on. But again, right now the umpires are simply having this sort of pregame briefing, and we're set to start. We're supposed to start in about 10 minutes, but in reality, that rarely happens that we start on time, but we'll see. We'll be spending most of the game here looking at the umpire view, kind of this view here, where you'll get the God's eye view of the map and you'll kind of see things as they progress. This is going to be a pretty long game. We've scheduled about 6 hours for it. There'll probably be another hour for critique. We will see. There is a shortage of umpires. We could use a few more umpires, and as a result, turn cycle will move a little bit more slowly. Things will take a little longer. But we should get through it just fine, and we should reach a decisive point in the battle where some sort of an outcome becomes apparent. Then they'll call the battle, bring all the players together, and give a post-battle critique. And again, that may take up to an hour. I don't know if they're going to go through all the players or if they're just going to limit to a certain level of command, because there's a lot of people involved in this game. It's a monster game, and it's being fought um, pretty much on the anniversary of last year's Grand Gettysburg game, which took place on, I believe, August 28th of 2021. So here we are now, a year later, with another monster game set in the American Civil War, but now it is Bull Run. All right, let's take a look. Let's do some commercial advertising here. The first and most important thing I want to show you is our website. I want you to know that you are welcome to join us at the International Kriegsspiel Society, and even if you don't want to join us, you are absolutely free to use our website and all of its resources for your own games in your own community and to support the stuff that you want to do. So we have all kinds of things here. We've got books, maps, modules, rules, thoughts and scenarios, videos, everything here. We have a blog going on. And let's see here, if I click it here, we've got lots of content here. Let's see, we've endorsed the Derby House principles, so We are very much committed to diversity and inclusiveness in our gaming. So that's pretty important to us, and that's why you see that on the first page, front page of Kriegsspiel.org. You can also contact us if you have any questions or if there's anything you want to know about. You can see where our members are located. We actually have more members than this. These are just the ones who said, hey, I want to drop a pin on the map, and they have done so. But again, you can communicate to us. General inquiries, you can contact me directly. You can talk to, if you're down under, you can talk to Justin. He runs that community. We have the European community. We have a whole community in the UK because Kriegsspiel's kind of big there. And again, here in the United States, Carter. And it's Carter today who is leading the event for today, the big grand bull run, as I'm calling it. All right, some other things. We do have a podcast. We'll be talking about this battle on tomorrow's podcast almost certainly. You can join the podcast and you can help us out. You can support us. It would be greatly appreciated if you wanted to do that. And that's patreon.com/Kriegsspiel. You can also get there from here. You just click here and you'll see it. And you click Patreon and it will take you right here to our page. All right, there you have it. Let's see. And we do have a store. We call it Kriegs Depot. You can buy the rules. These are not the rules we're using today. This is the K22 system. It's a system that I authored, and it is a system that is being sold. You can buy that. You can buy all of your other merch. The hoodie is quite popular, as is the mug. And here's the umpire mug. Well, I've turned my camera off, but that's what I'm using this morning. We have a standard mug, and we have some with some cute sayings and interesting things on them. And again, just come on in here and shop and order what you like, and there you have it. Let's see. If you are interested in rules, I do want to show you that we have a lot of rules, including free rule sets. We have Reeswitz 1824. That is sold by Two Fat Lardies, as is this other version here. So Two Fat Lardies is a store out of the UK. They sell a lot of Kriegsspiel stuff, rules and maps, and so we don't sell those, and we can't sell them anyway, although we have incorporated a lot of this into our own material. There's free Kriegsspiel, which you can get the book, and you can read that for free. There's the Ottovsky system, which you can also get for free. That's for these larger scale battles. And again, Kriegsspiel K22 is the system that I have created, and that is a smaller scale system. Basically, it is designed for small group play. So if you and your friends want to get together and scratch the Kriegsspiel itch over 2 or 3 hours, that's the system you want to use. But again, we have all these resources available. Let's see here. We got books and maps and other things available to you. These are our recommended reading books, things that will help you out and so on. There's lots of stuff here. Okay, let's move on from this now, and let's get back into what we're going to be doing for today, which is the Battle of Bull Run. I'm going to go ahead and pull up the Discord. I'll let you have a quick peek at the activity there, and if you look over here on the left, and you can see we have all the umpires here. We have players that are broken out into their individual chat channels here. Here's your the Confederates are right down here. It's a fair number, and there's more who will be arriving a little bit later, I think. So it's going to be quite a big game, and I'm excited to see how it unfolds. All right. For those of you who are watching the YouTube, if you have any questions or commentary, anything that you want to talk about, even if you're watching this as a recording long after the game has been played, if you have any questions, comments, feedback, anything you want to say that is relevant to us, our mission, what we do, the game, whatever it may be, please feel free to put those comments in there. We do reply to the comments even a year or more later, so don't you worry about it. Just hop in there and um, make your comment, and we'll reply to you. All right, let's see here. Let's go down to the Empire channel. I'm going to kind of get quiet because they're going to be talking and working. I'm not going to be talking the whole 6 hours. It's a little much, like I said. I'll either zoom in on interesting areas of the map, or I'll give you the God view. And when appropriate, I'll zoom in and explain things to you. I may interview the umpires or some of the players throughout the game. And it should be an interesting experience all the way around. A long experience, you're probably going to watch this in bits and pieces over an extended period of time. But we don't know how this is going to shape up. Neither do you. It will be interesting to watch it unfold. So that's what we're here to do, and here we go. Let's drop into the umpire room now. Beep. General McDowell, are you there? Hello, I'm Marshall, and I am live streaming our battle today. And before we get started, I wanted to meet with the or not the brigade commanders, the army commanders, and kind of get your take on what's led you here, some of the key decisions that you've made, and what your thoughts are as we go into today's battle. You willing to be interviewed? Okay, go ahead. Those were the questions I had. I can go over them. What's the strategy coming in here? What's the thought? That sounds like a workable strategy. I am looking at the umpire map. I see your columns stretching for miles heading in. I'm very excited, as are all of our viewers, to see how this turns out. How do you feel about your team? Do you think that your commanders are up for this? This is not going to be easy, despite uh, what you've been told. I'm sure the Confederates are going to resist with all their might. All right, sounds good. Well, I want to wish you a good luck, and I hope it goes well. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I'm being told that the other player can't be heard on the live stream. Okay, so that's a Discord thing, not a Discord. That's a OBS thing. I need to add the other people to the stream. So that's a new audio output capture, is it? And I'm not sure if I click OK. Device. Is this it? I don't see a new thing on here. Anybody who knows OBS, you see here. Oh, they want you to watch everything on YouTube. They don't want to just tell you. They want you to watch YouTube. Uh, my goodness. Display capture, blah, blah, blah. Sorry, folks. I had this working at one time, then it got messed up for some reason. I had to tweak it back. Let's see here. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Yikes. Let's see here. Okay. We're just watching the map here as I troubleshoot my OBS and try to make it so that you can hear the other player. I had a nice little interview with the commander of Bull Run. Unfortunately, the Union commander, unfortunately, he could not be heard. So I am trying to arrange my OBS so you can hear what the other people are saying in the Discord chat, what they're saying to me. He was just super quiet. Okay, that's helpful. That tells me that it's a levels issue. Let's see if I raise this up here. Maybe that's what it was. Let's go down to the umpire chat and see if you guys can hear the other umpires talking. It'd be a good test. All right, were you folks on the on the YouTube able to hear Carter speaking? Was he coming in clear enough? I raised up the levels on OBS, so very quiet, not understandable. I wonder if it's coming through my headphones and the mic's picking it up, and that's what you're hearing. So that tells me that we're still not getting the right thing here. We got the mic, the audio output capture. Let's check that real quick. Advanced properties. And hello to Achilles. Good to see you here. We're just troubleshooting some audio issues. You can see the umpires are dividing the map into zones of responsibility. So the different assistant umpires are going to be in charge of different areas. Let's see here. I need what comes in through my microphone to, you need to be able to hear what I hear in my headphones. So, earphone, Arctis 7 chat. Okay, so that's there, right? Audio output. There's no way to test it. Okay, now I have it in there twice. I don't think I need it in there twice. We'll drop down into the umpire to see if anything changes. I'll fiddle with this, and the thing is, you'll hear instantly if it starts working properly. Let me know.
Yeah, that four is fine as long as you give them text updates. Yeah, four is fine. All right. Then
And I'm these
Oh boy.
brigades in the middle, right? Fifth Confederate Brigade and
right.
Richardson,
Felix, you're
Tyler.
gonna be. Oh, damn it. Okay. Okay. Oh gosh. Jeez, how do I even split this up? Um,
If you want me to pick, I mean, if I've got the two commanders, and I don't know how difficult they are going to be to do orders, I can pick up someone else if you want as well. If it's a problem, I'll just say.
Felix, I want you doing these four. All right.
Okay.
Okay, so we got that fixed. Now the question is the audio coming in distorted? Just because I've got two bars instead of one bar in my OBS. I figured out what the problem was. There's just this one little bitty setting in there. Um, but if the sound is not coming in clear, if it's coming in distorted in some way, let me know and I'll fiddle with it more. On the other hand, if it's coming in clear, I'm not going to touch a thing. We got it working. What the umpires have done, just let me know. In the meantime, what the umpires have done is they've divided the map into areas of responsibility. Unfortunately, each umpire is having to handle four different players. Probably means each turn is going to take, I don't know, 20 to 30 minutes, I would imagine. You really want to get as close to a 1-to-1 player to umpire ratio to have those quick turns that process in as little as 5 to 10 minutes. The more players that an umpire has to help, the longer it takes, because that means if you have four players, you've got to go give four reports, and then you have to get four sets of orders, and then you have to come back to the main table and you have to resolve all of that. Now you have to resolve it anyway, but the time it takes for one person to do it is just a little longer than for a small army or group of people to do it. Okay, I'm being told it sounded very clear. We're going to leave well enough alone. I'll play it back later and we'll just worry about it later. The good news is the stream is now working the way it's supposed to. And hey, there you go, right? We call this, I believe the technical term is a snafu. And it's pretty common in Kriegsspiel. And it's one of the things that you learn to deal with when you play Kriegsspiel. It helps you in the rest of your life because in life, snafus are actually the default. People think, oh no, a snafu is you know uh, bad luck or something. No, no, that's actually every day, man. That's why it's called a snafu. And if you don't know what a snafu is, it's an acronym that stands for situation normal, all fudged up, and you can. Well, I'm using the family-friendly term fudged, and situation normal, right? Those are the first two letters of the acronym. And that's true in Kriegsspiel. So as you see the armies moving forward, they're going to run into their own snafus. And just understand that if your life is filled with snafus, you're living a pretty normal, ordinary life. And if your Kriegsspiel game is filled with snafus, well, you're playing a pretty ordinary Kriegsspiel. So there you have it. Oh, now if only I painted pictures right, I could be the Bob Ross of Kriegsspiel. All right, let's see here. All right. It looks like they're ready to start. I'll check back with McDowell so that you heard, you didn't hear what he said, but what he was saying was he had a pretty solid First Division commander who helped him with the planning. They have a very solid plan. The Union plan is to go up the middle. The On the flanks, the forces there are really just distractions. The Schwerpunkt is going to come in the middle, and I'm assuming it's right here. It's these two efforts right here is the middle, which means Island Ford and Balls Ford are going to be what you call the Schwerpunkt or the main effort. of the battle. Stonebridge is apparently going to be a distraction, although this is a pretty big column. But it's a bottleneck. You can only get so many troops through that bottleneck at a time. So it doesn't matter how long the column is so much as what frontage you can bring to bear. And over here, again, you have a reasonable force for a good distraction at Blackburn's Ford. We'll see what happens there. The Confederates don't look too strong at some of these points. They're going to have a hard time holding on because once they take one or two bad turns, they're going to be losing these fords. On the other hand, look up here. There is nothing. There is absolutely nothing, which of course gives the Confederates an option. The option being they can either cross and try to outflank and strike the Union in the flank, or they can fall back and reinforce. Depends on how the commander wants to play and what the commander sees and knows. And who knows? I don't know who is playing this particular token. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know who's playing Longstreet, but Longstreet is not going to have a very exciting start, but other players will. All right. Let's take a look here. We haven't had a chance to talk to the Confederate players. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and pop down. Hello, General Beauregard.
Hello.
I am Marshall of the IKS. We are live streaming, and I wanted to ask if you would be willing to be interviewed briefly for our live stream. Are you cool with that?
Well, I do declare I would absolutely love to be interviewed before the battle gets started.
Absolutely, General Beauregard. What are your thoughts going into today's battle?
Well, so we're deployed on the creek. We are stretched rather thin, so my thoughts sort of going into the battle are one of concern, and I guess we're hoping to hold out long enough for General Johnston to come up from Manassas Junction and join the battle and relieve us. The plan is somewhat to delay the enemy long enough for that to happen. So I'm concerned that we're stretched so thin, but I also know the fighting strength of our Virginians on the field. So really, I'm not that worried.
Yeah, I don't think our boys are going to let the Yankees through, are they?
Of course not. They know that if they do retreat, the invaders will sweep over the land and occupy their homes and firesides. So I have no doubt that they will fight with extra furor.
I can't imagine that happening in 100 years. So
Of course not.
well, good luck, General Beauregard. I hope you have a great battle today. I may pop in a time or two later as things unfold. And best of luck. The hopes of the Confederacy ride with you, sir.
All right, thank you. I'll carry that with me.
All right, there you have it. It looks like they are about to start. Let me check again with the umpires. And I hope you were able to hear General Beauregard this time. And let's check in.
Everybody here has their orders, or?
Yes.
I've got some problems. I can't see the Confederate. I can't see the other channels. They're not broken down for me. Rebels.
I can't hear you, Arp. You're breaking through.
I don't know if I've made a mistake here. I can't see the rebel channels apart from the High Command one, the Army of the Potomac, and the Army in the Shenandoah, and that's it. It's not broken down into brigades.
Try that. Did that help?
Hello?
Can you see him now?
No. I can see all the Yankee ones. Fine, they're all split up.
Is your channel
not
expanded? Is it collapsed rather than expanded?
Yeah, I've tried that as well. It's not showing them. It's just got the Army of the Potomac, the Rebel High Command, the Army of the Shenandoah, and the Rebel Orbat, and that's all, only the ones that I've got.
I just added you in one of the other ones.
Hmm.
I see that 5th Brigade hasn't gotten a screenshot.
Have any orders, JP?
Philip St. George Cock, or
I might have given you something to the wrong people. Or...
where?
Play for cavalry or anything? Alright, thank you.
Do you see him now?
No, we're not handing.
No.
You see, we're not handing out. So just.
Carter, where is?
It should be.
He's right here. He's
Oh,
right
okay.
here.
All right. I'll give him a little bit bigger because
Yeah,
he
he's
hasn't
on
been
top
moving.
of a hill. No,
Yeah,
he's
the
not
rebel
moving.
ones,
He's sitting in that house.
The Rebel ones I can't see. Whatever you're doing, it's not making any difference at all. Sorry.
Jesus. I dubbed the temporary master umpire. Can you see stuff now?
No.
You're gonna have to restart your Discord, bro. It's your problem. It's not like
Yeah, it's fine. I understand.
like
Right, I'll log out and log back in again.
okay.
Yeah, that'll probably solve it. All right, and there you go, folks. Snafu, right? It's not just me with the OBS. This is what happens because we've got pretty close to 50 people involved. This is almost the size of Grand Gettysburg that took place last year, which had around, I think, 48 officially, but we had as many as 60 people involved at some level. And it's just going to happen that someone's going to have a technical issue. Nonetheless, we get these things ironed out, and once things get going, it's pretty smooth. It's like toilet paper, right? Getting past the start is hard, but once you're into that start, things start rolling, and that's when it gets good. But yeah, you do have to have a little patience. Just like when you play a board game, you got to take some time to set up, sort out the pieces, and set everything up. That's probably the biggest barrier to people playing board games, right? Is that whole setup and put away. But if you can get over that, you're going to have a pretty rewarding experience. So again, thank you all for your patience as we get started. Carter is ready. In fact, they've technically already begun. The screenshots have gone out. So what happens is the umpires take a screenshot, and it'll be a pretty small screenshot. So they will go here to the middle of the map. And there's a commander here, right? And that commander can see a few things. And usually it's just a few squares. So you see these grids? So they'll take for this commander here, and they'll provide a screenshot of just so many squares. And then the commander is given that, and well, that's what you see. You don't see what's behind it. You don't see what's coming up anywhere else. You just see what you would see from your perspective, which in this case is going to look something like that. And then based on that, you have to start making decisions. You have to decide, what are you going to do? Are you going to stand your ground? Are you going to run away? Are you going to maneuver? Call for reinforcements? What do you want to do? And then you give that order to your umpire. So when your umpire comes into your chat channel, you say, hey, I want to, bring up the reserve, or I want to hold this position, or throw up a breastwork, or move this unit to the flank, or whatever. You give your order. And then the umpire executes the order, and you can actually see them executing orders already. They're moving units. So right here, this column's about to move up. There it is. Column moves up. So they're executing all the players' orders. And what's going to happen now is everybody's going to start generating reports, because these commanders at these individual fords will see things, and they will begin to send reports to the commander-in-chief, in this case General Beauregard, who's probably, where is he? I don't know, where's his, oh, here it is. Here's his headquarters. So these reports then have to make it back here. Now that's going to take time. It can take, you know, I don't know, 30 minutes or whatever. It's going to take 2 or 3 turns for the reports to get back to the commander in chief here for the Confederates. For the Union, that commander in chief is. Let me see where he is. I thought he was on the flank for some reason here in this big column. I don't see him yet, but we'll pick him out momentarily. But the Union Commander-in-Chief will also start getting reports. And as those reports come in, the Commanders-in-Chief then, you know, change or develop the plan, and they issue new orders, which then can take 15, 30 minutes or so to arrive. And then the players then kind of have the option to implement them or not. They might say, well, this order makes sense 30 minutes ago. It does not make sense now. We're going to do something different. And, well, you know, that's what happens. You see that they've drawn arrows on the map. I'm a big fan of that. That's typically how I umpire. When I receive orders from players, I start drawing on the map so that the orders are not forgotten, so that they're remembered. And what I do is I just kind of write everything out. And I have my own little symbology that I use, which is fairly standard. And everybody just kind of sees that. And whether I'm the lead umpire or an assistant, the other umpires know, hey, you know, he wants to move this unit up here, or this unit's going here, or this unit's firing on that one, and so on. And we just implement the orders. So you'll see that here. They do erase the markings for the screenshots that go back to the players. So then the players get a screenshot of what happened over the last several minutes. They get a report when their umpire pops into their channel and says, hey, here's what's happened. And then they have to make a decision. So there you go. All right, let's take a look. Let's pop down and see what's going on. Let's see if there's anything interesting going on. We're going to pop down to the umpires, and I think we'll follow one of them to one of the players to hear the reporting and the interaction that goes on. So I'm going to shut up, and we're going to just pop down and follow. Well, right now the umpires are quiet. We're just hearing someone's background. So we'll wait for one of them to start moving. It looks like, well, here's where Carter is. Let's follow Carter for a minute.
In the woods. I don't know what it's called, but it's like in the middle between the bridge and Centreville.
Okay, alrighty.
Crossroad.
Yep, I get it. All right, perfect.
Okay, thanks. Hello, Marshall.
Hello, I was just following Carter because we're live streaming and I want to record some of the interactions. I wish you good luck today.
Thanks. So you're an umpire or journalist?
I'm a journalist today. I am live streaming the event so everyone can see how this works.
Okay. Well, it's my first Kriegsspiel game, so wish me good luck.
Good luck. You're gonna do great. There's beginner's luck is real here.
Okay. Well, 30 seconds ago, I didn't even know where I was. Like, I didn't even know if I was in the north or the south.
It happens
So,
happens all the time. I'll tell you, I lose all the time too to the new players. So enjoy your beginner's luck.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good game. Bye bye.
Bye.
All right. Give 0600 reports, boys.
Outside can go on the field just to kind of
Very good.
And I would like to. Oh, sorry. And I would like to take Sherman's batteries and add them with the current one I took from Richardson and form up to fire on the Confederate infantry across the creek.
And one more thing for me, I want to move my gen staff over towards Richardson so I can see what's happening at the fort better.
All right. Very good, sir.
Okay. Hello, Marshall. You streaming this?
Yes, I am. How's it going?
It's going all right.
We're doing fine.
Yep, I just
Had a
want
bit of a-
folks to hear the reports and some of the orders and kind of how it works.
Yeah, we had a bit of a mix-up on our march to our positions.
More like a shuffle.
A
Yeah, a bit of a
huh?
shuffle. Yeah, the main assault column, which was supposed to be at Islands Ford, is now here at Balls Ford,
Mm.
and I don't know where the other two brigades are, but I assume they might have got caught up on the road to Islands Ford. So
Well, let's hope not, because
yeah, I'm gonna roll with the punches and
we
say,
gotta find them though. We cannot just keep.
yeah, I'll send a courier out to find them. Don't worry about that. You worry about what's in front of you.
So,
We will attack
you
Balls
guys
Ford.
had a snafu, huh? We've had several snafus actually, mostly technical, but in game as well, and it's kind of amusing. Uh, Everybody has problems, and that's actually kind of normal. It's the default of life, and it's also the default in Kriegsspiel, and it's how you respond to those problems that makes the difference. And Lake, I got to tell you, I'm pretty certain you're going to do a great job.
Well, let's hope.
All right. Well, good luck, guys. It's good to drop in. I'll be dropping in periodically throughout, and we'll see how things unfold for you. Good
All right.
luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck. See ya.
The Confederates have moved one of their regiments towards the ford. That's all you need to know. You know everything now. Alrighty. I'm gonna go talk to other people. Put your orders in the text, please.
I'm thinking just have the artillery blast it.
See it.
If they can see it. Okay, I'm gonna bump up 2 brigades. The
Well, those are
7th,
regiments.
the regiments. Okay, so the 7th Virginia and the 7th Louisiana are just gonna butt up. Maybe.
Can you put that in text for me? Can you put that in text?
Yeah. How many paces is a full square?
300, 400 paces.
400. Okay, they're gonna butt up about 200 paces, and basically square off with the river on each end.
Okay.
Each flank.
Alrighty. Thanks. Put it in text, please.
Yeah, I'm putting. Mark.
Oh. Let me send you that. There we go. All right, so that's what it looks like. The Louisianians have moved up to the ford. The Union seem to be arraying for battle in front of you.
Right? Yeah.
Any new orders?
Oh, okay. So, I'll send the dispatch. I'll send the dispatch later. But if possible, can the First Louisiana and the rest of the brigades and squadrons behind, not crouch, lie down, if that's possible.
That's okay. Sure, they'll do that.
All right.
All right.
And then I'll send a dispatch. I'll send it in chat. If you would.
All right, so there you go. Sometimes the commanders give some orders that are, we're like, well, that's not going to do much for you. In this case, the commander wants to order them in to lie down. This is not a time for them to do that. I think he's afraid of the incoming fire. But what that's going to do is it's going to diminish the level of resistance that he's able to give or offer to the Union forces that are going to push across Blackburn's Ford. So what we can expect is in the next 30 minutes is the Union will probably push across that ford unless the Confederate player says, wait a minute, this is not right. We don't want to cower, we want to stand. Maybe he's hoping to ambush the enemy or something, but in these numbers, he's not even going to win an ambush. What he does need is he needs to resist and he needs reinforcements. I don't know that either one is going to happen here. So already the Union, things are looking favorable for them, but you can't guarantee the outcome. Anything could happen. And of course, just because they get across there doesn't mean they're going to get much further, because things change and develop. And the Union could be dealing with their own problems. For all I know, the Union's lying down as well. So who knows? It's interesting to see this main column has turned off the road leading to the stone bridge. I'm guessing they're going to head towards Poplar Ford. The Confederates do have an advance force, cavalry out here, to sort of, not really to resist or delay them, but to detect them and report back. They may force them to deploy for, a little bit. They may buy a little bit of time. But for the most part, they're really there to provide an early warning. And what that means is, here at the center, they're going to have a good view down this road. They're going to see the Union isn't coming down the road. They're going to hear that they're coming this way to Poplar Ford, and they'll probably then bring reinforcements from either side. So once the Confederates realize that the Schwerpunkt is coming here, and they have these spare units here that can reinforce, then things are going to get a little ugly, I think, for the Union in their main effort. But it looks like they're likely to be a little bit more successful here in the south. Mitchell's Ford is unopposed. Nobody's coming across there. So it's reasonable to expect the Confederates may shift forces towards Blackburn's Ford. And if they do, that may slow down or tie up the Union there. But again, we'll see what happens. So right now, it's anybody's game. We're just getting going. We're into the first turn. Actually, I don't know if they're keeping a game clock. I don't see it, but I'm sure they're announcing it as they go. Let's take a look and see if there are some dispatches. Let's see what the players are actually communicating to each other. Let's find a dispatch if we can. It looks like they're putting their orders by text, which is useful for the umpires. And here we go. All right, so I do have one. 5th Division Colonel Miles, and I believe this is Union. A message to Colonel T. Davies, 0600 hours. Just keep following the division at Poplar Ford. Blinkers shall break off, at which point myself and you shall head towards Mountain View. Once at Mountain View, you shall carry on to Sudley Ford. If you can look, set up around Sudley Mansion if it permits. So they're actually going to head this way. This way. So here's Poplar Ford. And according to this dispatch, the plan is to continue and go all the way to the north to flank. Any issues, let me know. Let me know, Colonel Miles. So there you go. So, yeah, the Union is actually going to make a wide flanking maneuver, it seems, from this dispatch. But we'll see what happens. All right, so the units are moving. I imagine some firing is taking place here. Yep, here you go. You have some dice being rolled, and you have markers appearing on the units. So already the Louisianians are having a pretty tough go. They're retreating. They're falling back. So as predicted, the Union is going to smash through. Now the Union did take some disruption there. They took some losses. It wasn't a cakewalk. But they certainly had the power to push through, and they have done so. Are they getting across? I don't think they're getting across yet. No. All right, but there is smoke. There's smoke from the engagement. All right, it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. And here, where we have 1st Division, we have artillery firing into the flank here. I would imagine the trees would kind of mask those units and diminish the effect of that artillery. I don't know how things are working here. Oops, someone hit the wrong button on the table. There we go. They'll reload it. Snafu, folks. But that's the default mode of life. Don't get discouraged. Alright, let's dock this here. Turn those mistakes into trees, Bob, Achilles says. I'm going to see Achilles in a week. We have a live game down in Los Angeles on September 4th, which is just now 7 days from now. All right. Well, technically it's on Sunday. Today's Saturday. Let's see here. All right, I'm going to leave this up. I'm going to take a short little break for myself. There's no way I can talk for 6 hours, nor do you want to hear me talk for that long. But I'll show you the God's Eye view. I'll pop into the umpire table so that you can hear as the umpires communicate, and then I will return in a short bit. Here you go.
Where the hell is he? Why is he taking so long?
The Army of the Shenandoah, is this meant to be coming on the map down here? Because it looks like it's reset from what it was previously.
I'm gonna start sending 615 dates. Everything on mine is done.
I am so confused right now.
Yeah, move the Shenandoah.
Are we playing with 15-minute intervals?
That's right.
Alright. I've got a clock.
So the time on the board is supposed to be 0615. I'll keep that here for everyone's convenience. And I will update that. All right.
I think the
Carter, I've got a
Shenandoah
question.
is like
You
2
need to
turns
do-
delayed now.
Yeah, they should. Yeah. Oh my gosh, we haven't even moved it. All right.
The
So
Army of Shenandoah down here. What time do they come on the board?
they
Like
were
2
supposed
turns
to
ago.
come on.
Right. Okay. Cool. Because
Jesus.
one of the screenshots shows it had come on, but now it looks like it's gone backwards. That's why I was trying to let you know and chase it up.
Ordered cavalry
To go where?
Mitchell's Ford.
Mitchell's Ford. Okay. So if they get 12 movement, right, because of 2 turns, yeah, they get there. All right. So the rest of the column's going to be at the McLean house for now. That's where we're going to call it.
And that's what I'm controlling now. I just want to confirm you want me to control this group.
That's right. Them
Fantastic.
and the reserve brigade, Theophilus Holmes.
Grand. Makes life a lot easier for me. Thank you.
Yep. All in one place. Okay. All right. Where the heck? Okay. So, Peter,
Yes.
are you all done on your end?
I'm all
All
done
right, I'm
now.
gonna start. Go.
Who was umpiring 5th Division?
A Confederate 5th.
That's
No,
me.
Union 5th. Okay. Are they all set, ready to go?
Yes, they are.
Okay. All right. So everybody's set then. Let's get 0615 reports out.
Okay.
The time is 0615. Let's get our screenshots out.
Okay.
Since I'm spectating, could I be given a couple of
You can join the lobby. That's what you can do.
where?
What?
I'm gonna ignore if I said anything.
I don't want any freaking interruptions. We are laser focused right now. I want reports, orders, reports. I don't want any commentary. Okay. So speaking of laser focused,
Carter, I'm no longer doing the Army of the Shenandoah.
That's right.
All right, folks, I am back from my little break. Looks like we now do have a clock or some times that are being kept on the map. Time is very important. It keeps everyone synchronized. Uh, it looks like they're writing something here to indicate the battery's gonna limber or something. It looks like in on this next turn, hit limber and move. So it looks like Balls Ford is gonna go well for the Union. Um, there's not a lot to resist, not a lot to stop them. So there you have it. Say hello to Lawson Brady, who's here, as well as Nick, who's been here since the start. Good to see all of you here. And all of our viewers, again, feel free to always say hi or ask questions or make comments, whatever you want in the YouTube. We do check those pretty regularly. And let's see here. Zoom back out. And let's check all of this. It's a pretty big game. So here we go. I've got my coffee going. Got my official IKS mug. Um, Still not 100% awake, I gotta tell you. I'm an early riser. I'm usually up and I'm actually working by now, but today I'm just feeling kind of slow. And let's see here. And for next week, I printed out our Kriegsspiel rules. We got the K22 system that we're going to be using next week. It's a huge rule book. It's 75 pages with illustrations. The illustrations are in the back. But pretty cool. Carter's using his own system. It's an American Civil War system. And I've talked to Tack, who is sort of his right-hand man on the system, and it seems very similar to what I'm doing with the K22 American Civil War. In fact, some things are pretty close to identical, and that's just going to happen because there are certain things that just make sense, you know. So there's just certain best practices that we've kind of worked out. Let's see here. All right. I like when they draw on the map, though, so that everyone can see. They can illustrate everything. You can also see them occasionally doing a measurement, as you just saw up here on this long column on the main road. The measurements matter. That's why there's a grid. You see that there's a grid. The grid is, each square is 400 paces, which would technically be 4 centimeters if this were printed out. 100 paces is 1 centimeter, or vice versa, 1 centimeter is 100 paces. And pace is the official measurement. And so you see here what they're measuring there. But that's important for regulating movement and firing ranges and other things. So having this grid allows us to eyeball it, so we're not having to run around with the ruler. Unlike some games, you don't have to be precise. You don't have to be down to the millimeter with certain things. We call Kriegsspiel the land of fudge, meaning there's some natural variability in things, you know. So if a unit is supposed to advance 400 paces, they might get 375 or they might get 410 on the map. Not that big a deal, because we're not about splitting hairs. Kriegsspiel isn't about that micro management stuff. It's more about the bigger decisions that you have to make. It's not about precision, it's about other things. You know, a commander, a brigade commander, a division commander, corps commander, is certainly not going to concern themselves with the precise positioning of a force. That's something that comes down to a captain, a lieutenant, even a sergeant to worry about. Whereas at those higher command levels, you're like, well, where do we, where are we going to go in to do the attack? Where are we going to put the reserve? When are we going to change what we're doing here? Those bigger decisions are what Kriegsspiel's really good at modeling. And I wonder if the Confederate general Beauregard has received any dispatches, and yes, he has. Let's take a look here. Enemy spotted at Blackburn's Ford. Deploy there at once in support. That's his order from Beauregard to General Holmes. He's received another dispatch from Colonel Evans. I've identified my force as a brigade with the battery supporting it. So the reports. A courier arrives from Ewell and informs you that his cavalry has sighted enemy units east of his ford. So what Beauregard is getting now is he's getting a sense of this attack. He's getting these updates that the Union is over here, and they're over here, and over here. And what he's done is he's issued early orders for units to start pushing forward and reinforcing these crossings that he expects the Union to try to ford. And again, this is pretty vanilla stuff. This is basic stuff. This is, nothing extraordinary here or remarkable. But if we take from the top down, let's just kind of do a quick little survey of the battlefield and see what's going on. Up here at Sudley Springs Ford and Sudley Ford, one of the problems that we're going to run into is Longstreet's going to be bored. Longstreet's sitting here. I don't know what the blue dots represent. They could represent Union skirmishers or something that are just kind of arrayed. They're just kind of looking. But Longstreet's going to learn shortly that, hey, there's really nothing happening here. And he's going to be tempted to swing over here towards Poplar Ford or even the Stone Bridge. There's no enemy here. So these guys are going to be tempted to maneuver or move. And that'll be a pretty serious mistake if they do, because there's a pretty big attack coming in. But that's one of the inherent dangers, especially in a live game. In a real battle, of course, you would hold that position until you had clear and explicit orders. But sometimes players get bored. It's a Saturday midday and they want some action, and they will leave their position. And that creates a problem. And that's one of the things that Kriegsspiel commanders have to deal with, is you have to tell your players, don't leave your position. You're there for a reason. And sometimes it happens that a player sits in a position for a whole game and they don't really get any action. Or it happens that a player will march around the map for the whole game, and we call that marching simulator, and they don't get much action. Usually it doesn't happen too often, but it does happen, and that's just the nature of the game. We try to make sure everybody has a chance to be involved as umpires, but the fact of the matter is sometimes you're just that guy who's out there at the end. So the problem here is Longstreet's going to think, hey, I'm that guy out here at the end. There's all this action happening across the battlefield. There's nothing happening in my sector. Maybe I should start moving towards the action, the sound of the guns. And if he does, it's going to be a pretty serious mistake. All right, here in the center, we have the Union splitting their force with their flanking column already on the road, and their Schwerpunkt coming here towards the Stone Bridge. We also have another main effort here at the ford, and I think the Union should be able to push across. They've got their artillery firing. But we'll see what happens. The Virginia boys are doing their best to hold. I don't know what the die results represent per se. The numbers obviously represent certain degrees of, um, effect, obviously. I don't know if a 20 is good or a 1 is good. Um, but the dice do represent what a unit receives, how they react. And it looks like these units got low results, so they must have taken some pretty serious hits. So there you have it. Balls Ford is about to fall to the Union, it looks like. And the Union troops are going to be pushing across here in the next 15 minutes, for sure. And that's going to create a crisis for the Confederates. Over here, Island Ford looks like it's alright. They are going to take some artillery fire, but unless that artillery is effective, doesn't look like General Schneck. I'm not going to try to pronounce it, I'll just keep butchering it. Is going to have a little bit of a hard time getting across. He's, except for his guns, he's evenly matched. Of course, those guns could be decisive, but we'll see. Alright, here at Blackburn's Ford, it looks like the Union is getting ready to come across. You see they formed into columns. That's a sure sign they are going to push right across that ford now. So, it looks like here on the Confederate right, the Union is going to break through. No action on the Confederate left. There will be action developing. There is some action on the center. But the Confederates are already losing one of their crossing points. So there you have it. And General Beauregard just received a dispatch saying enemy spotted at Island and Blackburn Fords. Reposition your artillery further toward Island Ford to assist 2nd Brigade. So they're already reacting. They're moving. And you can see here at the top of the map, you see the Union forces, and they're going to appear here at Poplar Ford, which will now generate a dispatch from General Jones back to the Commander-in-Chief, which is here, Beauregard, and alright, and hopefully Longstreet doesn't maneuver, and hopefully he stays in his position because there is an attack coming towards him as well, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We'll see if the Union attack goes as planned. But right now it's looking pretty good for the Union. Let's see here. Let's check in with General McDowell and see if he's too busy. And all right, let's check in. General McDowell.
Afternoon.
I just want to check in. Are you pretty busy right now, or do you have a minute to share with us?
No, I've got a lot of time. How can I help?
Great. I just wanted to know how are things going for you?
Well, I've currently walked down the road, and I'm just getting dispatches now. So, not too exciting, but it seems like people are moving, so that's a positive.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's good. It's really interesting because myself and the viewers, we have the God's eye view of the map. Unfortunately, you can't see it. I've got to say it's interesting. Of course it is. But yeah, you're just now getting your dispatches. So I think that shows everyone how long it takes to get dispatches from your commanders on your flanks. And now you have to start replying to them, huh?
Yeah. It seems there's already been some mix-ups already, so some people are in different spots than they're meant to be. So it's already exciting.
Well, good luck untangling the mess. Hang in there.
Yeah, have a good one. Enjoy the show, everyone.
You too. Thank you. General Tyler.
Hello.
Hey. Looks like you're doing okay.
Yeah. Could be better.
Could be better? I don't know what your last reports were, so I won't say anything more. But yeah, is this the main attack, or is this supposed to be a diversion, or what's?
This is supposed to be the main attack.
Yeah, yeah. All right, it looks like it to me. Um, all right, and then once this attack succeeds, because of course it's going to succeed, right? Nothing
Well,
could go wrong. Nothing could
well,
go
that's
wrong.
the hope. That's the hope that it will succeed.
If and when it does succeed, what's your plan? What are you doing next? Okay, you know.
Well, hopefully, going to run for president. No, wait, no, that's too far ahead. No, I will set up a defensive position and wait for reinforcements to come and support this bridgehead across the creek.
Mm-hmm.
And once we're across, I think I'm just going to wait for the rebels to come and throw and try and push us back across, because with such a green army, we're probably better fighting defensively than offensively. So the more time we can stand ground and just keep throwing lead in one direction, that will be probably be the best way we can win this battle.
All right. Well, good luck. Everybody back at Washington is waiting with bated breath for your dispatches.
Yeah, I think I saw a few characters, just not what we want to see, of politicians and dignitaries and the like.
Well, maybe they'll take this insurrection seriously and support your operations in the field now.
Maybe.
Maybe.
That's hopeful. Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck, General. We'll catch up to you soon.
Thank you.
All right. Now, I find that interesting that the general plans to push across the ford. This is the main attack, but then he's going to stop. Um, I get his logic that, you want to fight on the defensive, but I don't know how that helps the overall cause of the army if he stops. Um, hmm. So I guess we have to trust the plan from the commander in chief and see what happens. Meanwhile, I'm kind of curious what the Confederates are thinking. Let's see who's commanding this. Let's see. This is 18th Virginia, but I don't know who their commander is. Is it General Koch there? I don't know. We do kind of change things up a little bit, so you can't always assume that the historic commander is the person who's commanding the unit. Anyway, let's just give it some time to develop, let these reports shake out. Let's go to the Empire table and listen there, and I will be back shortly.
All right.
Okay. So we're not doing that then.
Sorry about that, Arp. I was just trying to get the orders for my guys.
Okay.
All right. So now that I'm less stressed, I'm going to kind of help you. So yeah, you've got your orders, Arp.
Yeah. So I've moved the 6:30. I've moved the Shenandoah up. I've actually moved them a bit further because I think I'd mismeasured previously. So I've corrected that on
Have
this
you moved
movement.
them 4 grids up the road?
I've moved them a bit more than that, but that's because I've mismeasured on the previous turn. So I thought
Okay.
I'd be fair. The third brigade, which is B's, he wants to keep on straight up. This is Dan up to Ford.
Okay.
And I'm just
Wait,
gonna
hold
try
on.
and get-
Wait. I'm just trying to. So
Okay.
is everybody? I see Portals is starting to move towards 0645. Is everybody else ready to do that?
I need to find what Holmes wants to do because I've been just sorting out other people, and he's got no mic. Just bear with me a sec.
Okay. Well, while you figure out what Holmes is going to do, I need everybody else to answer me.
Yes, I'm ready.
I'm only waiting for Peter, otherwise I'm good to go.
Okay. Alrighty.
There's one other question, Carter. The Johnston was saying he had some reserve cavalry somewhere, which I can't see. I don't know whether
He
it's
told them
new
to go up
well.
towards Mitchell's Ford,
Cool, right.
and
So
that
he
is
wants a
where he
report
presumes
from
that they
them.
are.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
He wants a report from them.
They've encountered General Jubal Early at that guarding that crossing with his
Yep.
brigade, or sorry, Colonel Jubal Early. And he seems to not be in any contact at the moment.
Cool. Okay.
Though they heard gunfire to the northeast. If you want to deliver that report to him.
Yeah, we'll do.
So go take care of that right now, and then let's everybody move up to 645 when you're able.
I'm gonna start sending 5 reports.
No, don't do that yet.
Okay.
We got to get back in sync.
Sorry, I just forgot to move.
All right, I'm all ready.
Thank you.
I'm gonna be right back.
All right, so
Doesn't that have a hit on it?
Peter, what about the cavalry here? Are they still?
Portals. This artillery, if it broke, it takes a hit.
Break takes 1 hit.
Okay.
No, I think they're probably gonna. If you push on, they're probably gonna retire from you, Felix.
Yeah, if a unit breaks, it takes a hit, and if a unit routes, it takes 2 hits.
Okay.
He wants them to form back into columns, so I
And
don't know.
so portals now, right? This guy, since it's taken 2 hits, would be a infantry
Okay, so
D12, right?
they'll
And
just
it's
say
important that you
outbreak.
use the blue D12, not the red D12. All right, because the red is for artillery and it's different.
Actually, if they get to there, they'll probably get themselves right back in
Do you want us to start sending
to the safe spot there.
reports?
What?
Do you want us to start sending 0645 reports?
Yes, please. All right, everybody, start sending 0645 reports when you're able.
Yeah. The only ones that have a mood counter is this.
You can go ahead and move, Sam. You can go ahead and move, Sam.
Okay.
Oh, one question, Carter. Where is Bull's Ford on this map?
It's where portal is. It's
Oh, it is there. Okay, okay.
right here, right here. I'm
Ooh,
pinging
ooh.
it for you.
I'm having to scroll the map out. Oh, okay. Very good.
Yep, there's a fight going on right there.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yep. No, you're all good.
Sorry for not paying attention earlier.
It's all good. No harm.
All right, you can hear Carter being a little bit more at ease. It's a pretty stressful thing to run a big game like this, and he had to deal with a lot of snafus, not having enough umpires, players dropping out at the last minute. And that's just on top of the stress of coordinating and running the event to begin with. So there's not a big payoff. Everybody says thank you at the end, which is fantastic. But it's really a labor of love at the end. You know, you're doing it because you love the activity. But it can be tough. Again, it's like anything else, right? You know, maybe you like cars, you like being a mechanic and working on cars, but that means you're going to get your hands dirty and it's going to be hot. You know, you're going to set up outside under the shade tree or in the garage, and you know, it is what it is. You know, it's a labor of love, and that's what you have going on here. Um, and now Carter has to wrangle umpire assistants as well as the players, but he does a very good job of it. And so you have it. And being an umpire is a lot of fun. You get to kind of interact with the players, and you get to see what's happening. Just like watching these videos is fun because you get to see everything that's happening in the game. Likewise, being an umpire, it's the same thing. So there you have it. Only you get to roll the dice and apply the results, which I think is a little bit more fun than just watching. I, of course, like to play, which is why I created the International Kriegsspiel Society. I was tired of having to umpire all the time. I wanted to play. So I figured, you know what, let's create a group, teach everybody how to run Kriegsspiel games, and turn them loose upon the world, and then I'd have my pick of games. And well, here we have it. I did not join this game as a player and umpire because I'm already in so many other games. But I did promise to be an announcer for it because that's pretty cool. You know, explain to folks what's going on as it happens. So it looks here at Blackburn's Ford like the Confederates are being reinforced. So that's going to put this crossing in you know, it's not going to be a sure thing anymore because even though they were going to push, they had, as you recall, they had assault columns, or the troops are moving into column, but what they ended up doing was shaking out to the right. So I think what General Porter here wants is Porter wants to kind of clear the opposition to his front, and that's not always going to happen, folks. Sometimes you just have to push across. You just have to send them in across, and you're gonna have losses. But you've got to capture that position, because if you don't capture that position in a timely fashion, now they're bottlenecked. Here at Mitchell's Ford, you have them pushing across, and General Burnside's going to have a hard time. But as the attack develops, he might be okay. It depends what happens here. I think General Early's reserves are going to matter, and his artillery. I think they have enough here to hold off and resist. A mistake that I can tell you General Burnside has made is he's parked his artillery at the end of the line where it's useless. It's a common mistake that players make, is they put the artillery at the end of the line as an afterthought, and that's not where it should go. If you expect contact with the enemy, your gun should be at the front. Maybe not as the first element, but the second, maybe the third, but always up at the front. And the reason is, if you run into an enemy and you need to batter that enemy for any reason, you don't want to stop your column, move everyone off to the road, and drive the guns up to the front where you need them. It takes way too long. It's too much time. And that gives the enemy an opportunity to turn the battle against you. You have this asset. You need to respect the asset. Have it on hand so you can deploy it immediately. If you don't need it, you move it off the road and you bring up more infantry. Anyway, we'll see who pushes through here. This looks like a pretty fair fight to me with the Confederate advantage. But we'll see what happens. Let's take a look down here. Island Ford. They're just staring at each other. For the most part, there's a little skirmishing going on. Achilles, we'll see you soon, man. Alright, let's take a look here. Here, the main attack at Balls Ford has pushed through. However, that main attack is going to stop, because during my interview with the general here, he's like, well, we're going to get through and we're going to stop. We're going to just defend. Well, all right. I think that's a mistake with Confederate reinforcements, coming in on the trains down at Centerville or Manassas or whatever. But if that's what they want to do, that's the plan. It's interesting to see, though. Fog of war is a pretty serious thing. As a commander, you don't know what's really in front of you. You could have, an open road, but you could also have the main enemy force resisting you. And it could be that something is in the general's head that suggests to him it's not safe to advance, that would put my force in jeopardy if I were to advance. Or maybe that's the plan from the commander-in-chief. The commander-in-chief has said, no, don't advance. This is as far as you go. Who knows? We'll see. You see what they're using is courier tokens. I have actual courier tokens I drop on the map, and I actually put the dispatch text with them. But yeah, that works too. Anything to mark your couriers works just fine. Use a coin on a physical map or anything you want. Let's see here. Okay, here comes the attack. Here's the Commander-in-Chief, General McDowell, who should now see that he's opposed to cross the stone bridge. We'll see what happens there. Here at the Van Pelt House, you have a decent little force, mostly artillery. You got a brigade, and you have a squadron of cavalry. It's not very powerful necessarily, but those guns will do. Yeah, alright. Oh, my puppies. Let's see here. Poplar Ford. I wonder if they see these troops marching off the other direction. Because if they do, General Jones wants to send a dispatch to General Longstreet saying, hey, hold your position because the Yankees are coming. We'll see. I don't know if he sees it or not. He probably would, but who knows? Interesting to note. And here you have the attack shaking out. You see the plan. You see the routes. Oh, this is interesting. They're going to go through the woods. He's got a trail here, but there's no trail here. And that's going to be some slow going. He's going to get there late. He might as well just follow along the path. Interesting. But anyway, Lewis Ford. Of course, the Confederates are also moving to defend Lewis Ford, even though it was previously unopposed. So we'll see. I don't know that they can cross anywhere else, so they have to cross at the ford. But the Confederates, for some reason, already know enough to move there and defend it. Here, they're going to try to rally these troops, I think. They have a line drawn, which usually indicates, hey, put them in, line them up here, and hold them there. So it looks like that's what they're going to do. Alright, back to the Empire map. Let's just wait and see what happens. Alright, I just went through the map and zoomed in on some interesting locations. Here we have the Union, who was going to, it looked like they were going to overrun Blackburn's Ford, and then they just didn't. They shook out into line. Don't know why. Here you have an attack landing at Mitchell's Ford. And one of the problems I want to point out is that the battery is at the end of Burnside's line. This is a common mistake that Kriegspielers make. They don't respect their artillery. They park it at the end of their column. And then they don't have it up front when they need it. And then if you need it, you have to move your infantry off the road, drive it up to the front. It takes too long. You need to keep your artillery, if you expect contact with the enemy, you need to keep your artillery at the front, first or second element usually, maybe the third at most. And that way you can, move the infantry off to the side, get those guns in action, and batter your way through whatever defenses the enemy's trying to put up. If you don't need them, you just move them off the road and keep moving the infantry through. But putting the guns at the end of the line robs you of time more than anything, and of the ability to quickly deploy your guns. So that's a little error there that Burnside's made. It's very common in games to see that. Not a lot happening here at Island Ford. They're kind of looking at each other. The artillery is firing, but not a lot happening otherwise. This artillery here got chewed up. I don't know what did it or why. They must have come within musket range or something. I don't know. Trying to see if there were another battery here, I'd say they took some heavy counter battery fire, but I don't know. I don't know why that result. All right, Union forces pushing across at Ball's Ford. It looks like they've taken it. Confederates, I see a lot of red drawings. I wonder if those are Confederate orders, but maybe they're using them for Union. I don't know. But if those are Confederate orders, I don't see the forces that are supposed to carry them out. I do see a pretty good move. These units here moving to defend Lewis Ford. As the Union comes across here, they have this other column that's going to go along through the woods here. That's an error. There's no path through there. They're going to be slowed down. They might as well just stay along the road. This little path here. Yeah, but they'll get there eventually. They're just going to be tired. But yeah, the Confederates are going to defend Lewis Ford, which they need to do. Here at the Stone Bridge, they're ready to defend the Union. They don't have artillery up. See, again, this is where the Union should be deploying artillery and start battering these troops, while the infantry comes up, forms into attack columns, and prepares to push. But, again, the battery at the end of the line. Over here, whoever's playing Wilcox correctly put the battery at the front. Now, you don't have to have it at the absolute front. You can put it in the second element. You don't want it to get ambushed. But This is far better than this back here. And so what's going to happen is when he gets up here, he's going to deploy these guns and he's going to start firing across Lewis Ford. And he's going to inflict some early losses on the Confederate infantry, which makes crossing easier for the rest of his brigade. Over here you have the Confederates who should see another Union column splitting off to the north. Now they're probably fixated on what's going to oppose them here. But seeing this column branching off to the north means they should be sending a dispatch, one to Ewell, or not to Ewell, to Beauregard, I mean, and another one to Longstreet, their peer, saying, hey, you've got Yankees coming. So we'll see what happens there. Anyway, the battle continues to unfold, moving a little bit slow. It's still 6:45, but they're about to advance to 7 o'clock here. All right, that's a little update of what's going on. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guess what? I talked about Longstreet wanting to move. I talked about this, and I have a dispatch that has been sent to General Beauregard from Longstreet 0630. Picket force established across Bull Run. So these are Confederate pickets. No enemy contact. And here it is, folks. Request permission to reposition to Henry Hill, Longstreet. Now, does that mean he himself, which you don't want to abandon your command? Does that mean his whole command? So he wants to go to Henry Hill. Where is Henry Hill here? I thought it was here in the center. Maybe it's up here. I've not been to Bull Run, so... But I am worried he's going to abandon this position and leave it wide open. Oh, Henry Hill, right here in the center. Okay. Yeah, it would be a huge mistake, huh? Massive, massive mistake to do that. And look, here's that column. That column will appear in sight in the next 15 minutes or so. 30 minutes. 45 minutes it's going to be across. But, I have a feeling the reply will get here before, or the Union will appear before the reply gets back. So Longstreet probably won't move. But man, is that dangerous. All right, let's put the screen back. Let's take a look at, let's see if there's any reply here to General Longstreet. I'm going to just check the communications channel. Longstreet. Beauregard points out that the enemy spotted at Ballsford. Have your cavalry reported yet? May need to redeploy you south. So here you have Beauregard already thinking, I need to redeploy Longstreet to the south. Again, both commanders now not seeing anything on that northern flank, thinking we need to shift south. Of course, with the God's eye view, we see that the Union's about to get a free crossing. The question is, do they move before the Union gets there? Does the Union get there a turn too soon? Do they appear in sight a turn too soon? This is a case where if they're moving slow and Longstreet moves, then the Union has a cakewalk across that creek instead of an opposed crossing. One of the things I'm starting to wonder about is what the Union plan is after the crossing. Do they have a plan? Do they say we get across and then we do something? What is that plan? I almost want to interview the Union commander and ask him what's phase two. However, I also don't want to tip him off. He needs to work this out on his own. So, all right. Okay, look at this. We have a Confederate column of good size. This is General Johnson arriving to reinforce. Oh boy. Well, that's a big deal. So, again, what's the Union plan once they get across? Are they going to be able to concentrate, or are they going to be defeated in detail now by General Johnston? Is this all that General Johnston has? Let's take a look. I want to make sure I'm not muted here. All right, let's see here. We've got Smith's brigade, Jackson's brigade. No, this is it. This is that whole corps, I believe, or division. And they are on the map, but it still might be enough to defeat the Union in detail. Now, defeat in detail, in case you don't know, is where a force is outnumbered by its enemy, but the enemy is split up. So the outnumbered force concentrates against one of the split up elements of the enemy force and locally outnumbers the enemy and defeats that one element. If you do that once, maybe twice, suddenly you now outnumber the enemy because you've defeated his elements, and that's called a defeat in detail. Napoleon was really, really good at that. And if the Confederates can do that here, if they can move Johnston up and defeat one or two Union columns in detail, which it looks possible because the Union, although they outnumber the Confederates, they are widely dispersed, then the Union can't win. They're not going to win the battle. So, interesting to see. Let's go back to the Empire table and listen in for a while. Let me click into here so stop zooming.
Hi.
And then I roll this one with a -1 because battery just
They said they were building defensive positions there, so yeah.
How do you want to do combat at popular forward?
so higher is better, right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
For them, so they get a +1 for the because the
Defensive. Yeah. There you go.
and then a
They've got
+1 for the defenses. Okay, so that's hit.
Very good.
Liam, are you sending the Union 0700 screenshots for Mitchell's Ford? Okay, cool. All right.
I just went to go take.
Yep. All right. Sorry about that.
Do you want me to do both commanders?
Yes, please.
Hey, Peter, how do you want to combat?
Yeah. So yeah, I guess these guys would conform to your forces there.
I'll let you guys finish up your doing and report stuff, Peter and Felix and F-22. Feel free to get your 0700 orders once you finish the report, right? So I'll just be getting my 0700 orders now.
So I'm going to put a dice near the infantry. Oh, sorry, you've done it there. And then how many have I got?
You put the dice at what they're firing at.
Yeah. So you've done that there.
Yeah.
All right.
You've done that one there, and I guess who would these guys fire at? They'd fire at those ones, and those guys would fire at that flank. Is the artillery firing at the Confederate artillery?
No, the infantry.
Okay. So because they're not being attacked, I guess they would fire at one of the infantries. So, like so.
Where's the HQ for the army?
Okay, there we go. I'm watching what's happening with Longstreet up here. You see the arrow. These are the pickets being withdrawn, as you can tell. And Longstreet has now sent a message to Jones, who is his peer commander just to the west here. It says, no contact, no cavalry at my disposal. Sound of cannon fire to east and southeast of Sudley Springs Ford, preparing to march south to Henry Hill. Pickets being withdrawn, wagons and guns limbered. Well, there you go. There you go. I was worried this was going to happen because this is something that players do. Of course, he's not doing this independently. He's doing this with the apparent blessing, or at least of Beauregard, or at least Beauregard's thinking about it. You know, he's like, well, you know, he's kind of out there on the flank. There's not much action. Why do we need him there? Let's pull him to the center where he can then serve as a reserve and help us to defeat the enemy in detail somewhere. Here's Beauregard right there. They're rolling dice somewhere. I think right here. Yep, they're resolving this. So this is going to take some time to shake out, but it is happening. Let's stop moving the map so you guys can just kind of watch. Oh man, big deal there. All right, back to the Empire table.
Now we need to go and hunt for some hit markers and things. Where are they? Right, okay. Oh, no, I don't want to take the whole thing. Actually, that would be canister across the.
Yeah, I was at 12.
You did it already? Oh, okay. Well done. Well done. You're on point. All right. I think that's a good resolution there. So we'll just take away the dice. We'll put some fire in for these guys as well. Okay.
Can we turn that off? Whoever's got it on?
Yeah, me.
Oh.
Okay, I'm ready to move to 0715, but I assume that is not the case all around.
Just give us a sec. Well, I'm just sending out the 0700 pitch.
Yeah.
I'm ready for 07.
I'm just waiting on Holmes. I'll move back to navigation.
Go poke Holmes if he hasn't given you orders yet.
Right, he's given me orders, so he wants to move back again. The only thing that I'm worried about is the dispatches, which I've not been keeping.
Have you sent them to the people they were supposed to go to?
Well, that's one of the issues. Right, so where is Beauregard?
Don't worry about where he is. The
Okay,
map is
just
small
send it
enough
to him.
that just you send it to him at the next report, right? So if
Will do. Yep,
if
got
a
it. Okay,
message
got
is
that.
sent at 0645, it arrives at the receiver at 0700, right?
Gotcha. Super.
The map is too small to really worry. The map is too small and we're too busy to really worry about tracking
cool, I've got it.
dispatches. So, yeah.
Only if Tomac is Beauregard.
Oh shit.
Peter, how have you got your orders from 0700? Are you ready to move to 0715? Is Peter here?
Yeah, he's muted.
Thank you.
I mean, like, yeah.
Yeah, we just completed the battles 0645, I think. So I'm just sending out the 0700s.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's get those orders in quick from 0700. So let's send out those reports and grab the orders. And Peter, I don't want you answering any questions from the players. I just want you giving like your 30-second brief and then 30 seconds of their orders. We need to be quick.
Carter, do you want me to start running?
No, I don't want you to start running. We haven't even got half the umpires ready yet. And why Spine was here? Why? We told him that he would go or to join the Empire Squad or something, and now he's not with us anymore. What the heck is going on?
Who, Robert or what?
Yeah, Robert Mastrid.
He said he doesn't have a mic, so he cannot umpire.
Oh. Bother.
I'm looking for a Colonel Miles on the Union side.
One thing
He's 5th Division? Are you looking for him on the map, or are you looking
he's
for
at
him?
Mountain View.
Yeah, one thing I find really helpful is if I'm looking for someone,
Thank you.
if you have their name, look up their channel, and then go click on their channel to see their screenshot, and it'll tell you exactly where they are.
All right, so the umpires have their struggles. It's a big game. They could probably use me umpiring, but I figure the greater long-term benefit is to have an announcer kind of going over everything, making the live stream more interesting, particularly for people who watch the recording later. Let's see here. It seems like it should be manageable, though. It's shaken out into discrete little kind of concrete parts. It's not just one big scrum taking place in the center of the map. You have a lot of smaller individual actions This should be pretty easy to resolve, and a lot of forces that are still out of contact. They're not engaged at all, they're just moving. So, when those forces that are moving do get engaged, a lot of these forces that were fighting early on will be spent, will probably no longer really be engaged. So, it looks like it's, it kind of naturally measures itself or paces itself. So, it should be workable. We're going to keep monitoring the Longstreet channel, though, because that's the most interesting thing to me right now. I would love to talk to the commanders, but I don't want to tip anyone off by saying something or asking a question or anything like that inadvertently. So, all right, so there's nothing doing there. So, all right. Again, we just kind of keep watching here. You see down here on the Confederate right flank, they are moving guns and assets to the left now, so they must feel pretty confident they can hold at Blackburn's Ford. And they're going to move stuff to the center where they think they face greater danger. Actually, I don't know if that's a minor mistake, but based on the limited information they have, they're making an optimal decision. But from the God's eye view, it's like, well, I don't know if I'd be moving stuff. But anyway, commanders get scared, they worry, they call for reinforcement or help from each other, even though they're winning, because they don't see or know that they're winning. But I would think the Confederate right is going to be more or less held or stabilized, and if the Union pushes through, I don't even know that they have a plan. For the Union in the center, they are going to push through, but Johnston's going to arrive. And Johnston may hold and stabilize the situation there. In the north, okay, let's say the Union gets across, but again, what do they do next? Here is the problem. The problem is the Union doesn't, I don't know what their plan is to concentrate forces. Cross and then defend ain't going to work. You have to cross and start rolling up lines if you want to win. Cross and defend and win a battle of attrition. I get that, but that's not the most efficient way to win the battle. And it's a shame that General Tyler's getting across, and that's actually, a bright, shining moment for the Union, and they're just going to kind of stop. Now, I don't know who's responsible for that decision. If that's the division commander or if that is the overall corps commander or army commander. I don't know. They need to sort that. They haven't lost yet, but I have a feeling this is starting to look like it's going to be a Confederate victory, even if Longstreet lets them across, because what's the harm in letting them across if they're not going to use the advantage? So, it really comes down to, can the Confederates perform a defeat in detail? And a lot's going to come down to what happens at the center. So here in the center of the map is going to be a very bloody fight. Once they erase the lines, which indicates that they've finished processing the turn and they're ready to give reports to the players, we'll kind of go through and take a look at each situation again. And we'll probably start at the bottom and go up this time. But the center is where it's going to happen. All right. It looks like they're pretty close to being done here, and it looks like Longstreet's given orders to move retrograde here towards Henry House Hill or someplace a little closer. I'm still waiting to see here. Let's go ahead and take a look. Let's begin our review of what's happening. So here at Blackburn's Ford, the Confederates seem to have stabilized the situation. The Union is not pushing across. Maybe they don't want to push across. Maybe they think, again, we're a distraction. It's enough to tie these forces down. So my take on that is this. If you are tying down a force that is smaller than you or equal in size to you, you're probably not getting ahead unless you outnumber the enemy. In this case, the Union does, but even then, I don't know that that's a good exchange. If you're going to tie down the enemy, you always want to tie down a force that is larger than yours for maximum effect. In this case, just looking at it from the God's eye view, I don't think that calculus applies here. It's not how it's shaking out. And what looked like it was going to be an easy Union cakewalk across Blackburn's Ford is now going to be a wash for both sides. Maybe the Union has a slight advantage because they do outnumber the Confederates overall, but this isn't helping. It's not really helping either side. I think maybe the net benefit is perhaps going to the Confederates. I don't know. I don't know. But it's kind of a wash. Over here, the Union, again, looks like they're going to be pretty well contained. Now, we've got a lot of smoke here. There's just one unit holding. But it looks like the Union doesn't have what it takes to push across. They don't have that fortitude. And you have reinforcements coming. You have these cavalry coming over here. I think the Confederates are going to hold here. All right. Let's take a look here. All right, here's General Johnston coming up with a pretty huge column. Whereas the Union is now across, but they are going to face the might of Johnston. So now their decision to defend is going to be kind of predicated or forced upon them, like they have to. They're going to have to defend because Johnston's going to come down like a ton of bricks. Now Johnston might not attack. He might say, "Well, I'm going to defend." In which case, you know, he surrenders initiative to the Union. If I were Johnston, I'd counterattack immediately. But again, it takes time to know these things. It takes time to communicate the orders, to relay everything, and move on down. So it looks like the Union will get across here at Ball's Ford. Looks like they're going to get across at Lewis Ford as well. But then we're going to have the main event, which is going to take place here in the vicinity of the F. Lewis house. So now we will see what happens for real here. Here's where the battle will be decided. I still think it's anyone's game. Alright, let's take a look here. Stone Bridge, not much going to happen. They do need to oppose it, though, to keep these units tied down. But it looks like there's not much going to happen on either side. There is another division coming up here, or brigade. It's a pretty big brigade. Huge brigade. It's coming up. I think it's a division. It's coming up. And if they push across, they could then gain a flanking position on what's going to be the main battle here. But we'll see. Here, looks like the Union's probably going to be contained. But I don't know. These guns have some power. They could blast these guys back. We'll see what happens with Jones. Longstreet has given orders to pull back. In fact, he's already on the move. His artillery is limbered. His units are in a column. They are going to move off. They're going to surrender this ford to the Union. But then the question is, what does the Union do with it? Because let's see here. Well, colonels, these two colonels are going to get past. They're going to cross, and then they're probably going to send a dispatch back saying, hey, we got to cross. What do we do now? Unless there's an order, or unless they take their own initiative. And if they use their own initiative, they'll probably move to Matthews Hill, where they might encounter Longstreet or something. But we'll see how that turns out. But again, I think the main fight is going to shape up here in the center. And if the Confederates don't pick one of these two columns to counterattack now, and they let the Union across, it's going to be a fair fight. And let me tell you, if you're in a fair fight, you've done something wrong. All right. Oh, there we have it. Let's just watch for a bit.
Hey, Marshall.
Hey, General McDowell, General Runyon, how's it going, gentlemen?
Good.
It's going fine. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to zero in on your position on the map as soon as I find it. Here it is. There it is. So what's your take? What's your read on the situation? What's the plan?
Well, my take currently is definitely things have, as the moment you hit conflict, everything changes. Uh, we had a bit of an oversight. We didn't realize there was a crossing at one point. I believe Poplar Crossing, if you'll see up into the northwest a bit, you'll see, I believe, the 5th Division near there.
Mm-hmm.
For some reason, every single commander didn't notice that existed. So we were sending troops up to Sudley Ridge, and they noticed there was a crossing. So we've reset up our defensive parameters there. I hope we don't get flanked by some Confederate units who take advantage of the undefended crossing up northwest.
Mm-hmm.
But everything else seems to be going well. We were supposed to attack Islands Ford, but a mix-up happened. We're attacking Balls Ford, but things seem pretty good. The enemy put cavalry at us for some reason, which is an interesting choice, and we've shot at them and hit them back. So, yeah.
Hello.
Yeah, so not much happened. You can hear continued artillery fire from up the turnpike and also from a bit further north, but that seems further away. And that's it.
Yeah, I think everyone's doing a pretty good job, so we'll just stay here.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen. All right, good. It's good to check in with you. I wish you luck as you continue to fight the battle against the secessionists and up for the Union.
With the eagle and down with the cross. Yeah. Well.
All right. Let's see here. Let's check in with Beauregard here.
Of the other two up front, and they'll be facing Lewis Ford to the left of the artillery.
Very good, sir. And for Colonel Cock.
gonna have the 8th Virginia is the one that's broken and standing around Lewis House now, right?
That's correct.
They'll just have them
Or
rest
19th
there.
Virginia is next.
19th Virginia is back here?
Yep, and 8th Virginia is still at the fence near the cornfield.
Okay. Then 8th Virginia is going to march over and get into line abreast in front of the artillery, lined up with the other units I have down there.
Right. Any other orders, sir?
Let's have both of us move behind the artillery.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Very good.
And then my cavalry behind, I guess in reserve at Lewis House.
All right. Very good.
That's it.
All right.
Oh, we have a visitor.
Hello, gentlemen. Just kind of came to check in on the action and see what you guys think. How's it going?
I'd say it's going quite well. General Johnston is coming up from Manassas Junction. He's made excellent time, and I mean we expect the battle to be over very, very soon. This resistance against our secession will die in the womb.
Outstanding, gentlemen. All right. Good to hear the report. Hang in there. And yes, we'll see what happens soon.
Cool.
All right, I want to find Longstreet and check in with him. Here he is. General Longstreet, are you there?
I am. Sorry, I'm on mute half the time, so it just takes a little while. What's up?
No problem. This is Marshall. I am live streaming the game to all of our fans out there. We have several people who are watching. I wanted to know if I could get your take on what's going on.
So I am convinced that there's a push at Popular Ford to the south. It was to the east southeast of me.
Mm-hmm.
And I think my task is just to concentrate towards the center of the battlefield in case I need it as a reserve.
All right. And I can see that you're on the move.
Yep.
All right.
We're headed to Matthews Hill for the time being.
All right. Well, I'm sure you'll see action at some point, so hang in there, and good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you. And thanks for running the game.
Well, Garter's the one running it. I am just running the live stream.
Okay. Well, thank you anyway.
You got it, man. All right. Catch you soon.
You too. Bye.
All right. So this is really interesting. The Union strategy is far more defensive and cautious than I ever expected, because from the comments that I've gleaned, it seems that the Union is actually more afraid of the Confederates flanking them than of them flanking the Confederates. And if you take a look up here where Longstreet had his forces arrayed, I was expecting these guys to come down like a ton of bricks behind him. And instead, these guys are just shook out, and they're facing north. They're not facing anything. They may have heard about this cavalry here, but they've just stopped. They're roasting marshmallows and weenies and having a cookout and telling ghost stories and swatting mosquitoes or something. I don't know. What are they doing? Oh my gosh. Anyway, that's a blunder. But anyway, they've got their orders and they're doing them. And down here, of course, there's a big fight on. Big fight, big cookout. Got two generals up there in a cookout. All right. Yeah, this is interesting to see. And it looks like Lewis Ford is kind of contained at this point. The main attack here, however, at Balls Ford is shaking out, and it looks like they're going to get across. And the Confederate generals are having quite a powwow here. They're going to probably, though, organize their counterattack, and then the counterattack's going to go in here. And It looks like the Confederates will locally outnumber them. This force here will probably hold this force here. Looks like they're resolving it right now as we speak. Looks like the Union's doing kind of okay. But again, if they're not attacking, what's the point? The Union's just going to get across, defend, and hope that the Confederates break themselves against their defenses. That, to me, that seems like a plan that just leaves too much to the enemy. You know, like the enemy is just going to oblige you by attacking where you're strong. They might not do that. They might decide, well, let's hold you and flank you over here. So the attacker, which is the Union, is surrendering initiative to the Confederates overall, like on a strategic level. And I don't know that that's a recipe for victory. Basically, what the commander is doing is saying, I'm going to let the dice determine the outcome here. I'm going to leave it to fate or chance. I'm going to set up and leave it to the enemy to attack me where I want him to attack me, to oblige me, and then I'm going to leave it to the die rolls to secure victory. Huh. And I guess that happens because it's just hard. It really is hard, and you know that when you make contact with the enemy, everything's going to go to pot. So it's easier to just kind of say, you know what, we'll play it by ear. Let's go in. But of course, as you go in, you meet resistance here, here, and here. You may have limited success here, but you know that if you push too hard, you'll burn up your forces. So let's play conservative and hope the enemy makes a mistake and trips over themselves and falls on their sword. And if the enemy is even halfway competent, they're going to avoid the worst of the mistakes, and they're going to take advantage of their initiative that you've handed to them. So basically, to me, it just surrenders too much agency to the enemy. That's my issue with the Union strategy here. I'm not saying it isn't going to work. It might work. But I would prefer a more proactive and aggressive Union strategy. And I'm just not seeing it. It looks like they are not interested in crossing at any of these fords except in the center. They're interested in containing Confederate forces from crossing, and the Confederates are under no obligation to cross. They could, if they wanted to counterattack and roll things up, but looks like that's not part of the Confederate game plan either. And it doesn't need to be, because in the center they're going to have that superiority. All right, we'll just watch for a while.
Runyon.
Runyon
Yeah.
is Eoritz,
What division?
4th Division.
He's here at the Spindle House.
Yep.
Delivering badge.
Who is this? Third Brigade, got it.
Sorry, F-22. Have you been able to resolve the popular Ford engagement?
What? Why is this? Where did this come from?
They were just moving into the second, the next 15-minute increment. So.
No, I was just getting around to doing that. I didn't do anything with him yet.
Oh, all right, excellent.
You go and take over.
Oh, there you go. Yeah. So these guys would have moved up into this position, so we can.
I'm gonna collect my orders.
That's next movement.
Is it? Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Okay. Right. they would have moved up into that spot anyway, so we can take pictures, I guess.
Oh shit. Yeah, take pictures, get your orders in. Let's be ready to move to 0745 in the next couple minutes here. We're not moving
I'm
to it
gonna
now,
quickly
but
grab
let's
a
be ready.
glass of water.
Yep. All right.
Where are we going to? We are going to not there. There.
I think he wants the artillery. Wait, is that on a hill?
That is,
That's
yeah.
in the artillery range.
So they would be firing them, and as soon as they get to about there, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere around there. Yeah. We should roll for that, or just have them like retreat.
These are just fields, aren't they? These aren't even forests, here, are they?
No, they're just fields.
Okay.
And this is like a big hill. It's elevated twice.
Yeah. Well, I wasn't too sure whether these were fields and forests, so they wouldn't actually go that direct. They'd probably try to avoid them at all costs, but you'd still be able to get some artillery fire on them as they're going along. Okay, screenshots.
All right, let's take a look here. They're getting orders from the players right now, so it's kind of a quiet time as they go around and gather orders. As they collect the orders, they'll start drawing arrows and stuff on the map to indicate what each unit's going to be doing, and then they'll begin the resolution process. I think the game's moving at a pretty reasonable rate for the number of players and umpires that it has. And I think we are going to see a resolution here. I'm pretty pleased with how this is turning out. It's a big success. I'm just thinking, man, I wish the Union had a more aggressive plan there. They kind of went up the middle. Had they kind of gone north with their main attack or even pushed at the stone bridge, that could have made a big difference for them there. That's probably how they could have won it. Push across the stone bridge, and maybe there's another ford right here. Let's see what that is. At Farm Ford. Maybe even going as far north as Poplar Ford, but pushing across there and then concentrating at, maybe Buck Hill and then rolling up the enemy probably would have won them the battle. Now, again, it's up to dice. You see they're drawing everything, so they're sort of organizing everything. Did the Confederates fall back? Is that what this is? Or are they advancing? I don't know. They're going to try to do something crazy here at Lewis Ford. And it's what they need to do. They do need to attack. They do need to attack. But now these guys, what are they doing? They're facing the wrong way. They're going to the stone bridge. They need to be up here at Lewis Ford to tear up this attack. And here at Balls Ford, they're not pushing across too quickly. And here comes Johnston. But he should be slowed by this terrain. I don't know why Johnston's not using the main road. Oh man. We're going to zoom in on this sector. This is really interesting. Alright, it looks like things are starting to kind of stabilize on the flanks. Let's see here. We've got these guys who are just kind of slapping at each other at arm's length. They're not really doing anything decisive. The Confederates are spread out to kind of diminish or dampen the impact of the incoming fire. They're at pretty good range. They're just kind of taking pot shots, I reckon. Here, there's not a lot going on. Where's that artillery? Where's his artillery? Did he send it over here? Where are his guns? They went from being at the end of his line to not here at all. Maybe they're moved over here. May have sent them over there. Or at least they're in use, if that's the case. Over here at Island Ford, again, they're kind of holding. This artillery has, I have to know if these are what these tokens represent, but it doesn't look like, they're not going to represent, metals. Here, this unit's taken a lot of hits and damage and disruption. It's pulled out, of course. They were up here originally. But now we have Johnston moving up and about to counterattack here at Ball's Ford. And we have a pretty good Confederate attack here, but now this is going to come down to the dice. These units that were originally turned the wrong way are now turned the correct way. They're going to come across at Lewis Ford. And this is going to be anyone's game here. This is going to be a...
Hey, Marshall, I've got like 2 or 3 minutes if you want to ask me a few questions.
Yeah, it looks to me like it's shaping up. What are your thoughts?
It seems to me that we're reaching a critical moment here.
In the center in particular.
Yes, I think the center, based on the Union plan, I knew that the center was going to be where the action was. Seems that both the Confederates and the Union are starting to realize that. I don't know where McDowell is at the moment. He's not in the action. But if I were McDowell, I would throw in the reserve into the middle here. I think that they could make the difference. I think they could win the day.
I agree. And the fact that they're not has me concerned for the Union. They don't seem to have had an aggressive plan. Their plan seems to be, cross in the middle and then stand there while not really bothering with the flanks much.
Yeah.
And that's way too conservative of a strategy here. What they needed to do was cross the middle or cross at the north, concentrate somewhere, and begin working their way from north to south, probably.
Yeah, I think McDowell's historical plan was right. He concentrated 3 of his divisions on that northern thrust, which almost won him the day until, of course, heroic actions by General soon-to-be Stonewall Jackson, right, threw a wrench into those works. But I say the original Union plan was pretty good. Mm-hmm. This one is probably a little bit more conservative than McDowell's original plan, which is surprising, right?
Right.
You wouldn't think like, wait a minute, McDowell was, aggressive here. Yes, he was. That was a big move.
Yeah.
But
he just didn't make the die rolls historically.
Right. So I'd say the Union needs to throw in a little bit more weight behind this attack here in the center, and I think they can have it. But at the moment, because like the map's pretty small. Oh, seems that they're doing something with the reserve.
Yeah, they're moving forward.
Yeah, if they threw them down towards Ball's Ford right now, they're only like 2 turns of marching away from being in combat. Yeah. So if they throw them in right now, this could be really interesting. But I should probably go back to the umpire chat because it looks like everybody's ready.
All right, good job so far,
I will
Carter.
see you.
You're doing great.
Thank you, Marshall.
You got it, man. All right, there's Carter. This is his monster that he's been working up towards and running. And it looks like he and I share the same assessment of what's going on here. But he is right that if the Union, they've correctly put in this force here, this brigade. And is that Howard? I think that's Howard. Howard. And if they put in this reserve here, then they'll be in good shape. That's Runyon. Maybe we should just talk to him. Just pop in and see how it's going. Oh, he's not in there. Where is he? He's in a different channel. There he is. Hello, gentlemen. Just wanted to check in with you and see how it's going.
Okay.
It's good. Yeah, we're still just sitting around. I'm probably going to see what's going on at Lewis's Ford. From reports we're hearing, there's been a breakthrough at Ball's Ford, which is definitely exciting. That was our main attack point. Actually, it was Islands Ford, but there was a bit of a confusion. Ball's Ford is good enough, so we're just preparing to send some reserve divisions in to help bulk up that front.
All right. Sounds like a plan. And yeah, I'm just taking a look at the God's Eye view. I can't give you any kind of commentary, but it's exciting to see how everything is shaping up so far. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you.
You're still journalist, right?
I'm still what?
You're still journalist, right?
Oh, I don't think I understand.
Journalist.
Journalist.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, yes. I'm still live streaming this and reporting on the game.
Okay, okay.
Absolutely. So you guys will be able to watch this as well as my commentary and feedback on the YouTube after the game is over. You'll be able to go on the YouTube and hear everything I've said about you.
Uh-oh. Okay, I'll keep note of it. I will.
Yeah, I'll do anything for an extra click or view on YouTube, right? So there you go. All right, guys. Well, good luck. Hang in there.
I sent you my last message, my last order to.
Oh, you're talking to me?
No, to Marshall.
Oh.
Oh, okay. They'll process that. I'm not messing with the orders or anything, but yeah, your umpire will come and
Just for you to take a look.
Oh, okay. Let me see here. You are 4th Reserve Division, I think. Let me see. And you just sent a message, and the message reads: form up by the road, move on 200 meters to the front of the column, form a square.
Don't. Yeah.
Don't read it, huh?
Don't read it out loud.
You got it. All right, I like that. That's a good order. Good order. It's probably an order I'd give to. Good luck.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, so you folks get the joke. The 3rd New Jersey Militia is ordered to try stealing McDowell's coffee. Put the blame on the Confederate cavalry or Confederate spies if he discovers it. Well, hey, you got to have your coffee, right? There you go. That's great. Okay, let's see here. I want to check in with General Tyler. Here we go.
Oh, someone else's. Marshall.
Yeah, I'm just here to check in. Go ahead with what you got to do.
So in the past 50 minutes, the units in the cornfields on your side of the Bull Run have reformed and are ready for orders. You see Richardson's last regiment break and is just about to begin running across the Bull Run. What are your orders? Or I'll come back for orders in a moment.
All right. Whew. This is a hot fight.
Yeah, how's it going?
Well, I mean, it could be going better. Richardson's basically been thrashed, but I was expecting him to take the brunt of that defense.
Mm-hmm.
What the good news is now is that we have fresh brigades coming up, and they are prepared to handle whatever the rebels are going to throw at us after this. I am now just going to be playing traffic general, making sure to know which regiments will be allowed to go across the ford and which ones will need to wait for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, believe it or not, that's a big part of what you do as a general is decide how are we going to get there, how are we going to array our forces, where do you put the reserve. It's a lot of where that you decide upon, which means yes, you are playing a traffic general simulator. Whereas it's really down to the individual commanders of those subunits to oversee the actual combat and fighting, and so it makes sense. But yes, we see that you got across at Balls Ford, and I wish you good luck with what happens next, whatever that may be.
I have confidence that we'll succeed.
Absolutely. All right, there you go. Up with the starry banner, my friends. All
Yep.
right.
All screenshots are done. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Let's get their orders quickly after you send the dispatches.
All right, so they're giving reports to players and gathering their next round of orders. You can already see that there's some arrows on the map, and look down here in the lower right. It looks like the Union's going to push. Looks like they're going to push. Finally. Now, I don't know. I think it'll be a wash. I don't think it's going to be decisive. This is absolutely a sideshow. But at least it's interesting. But here in the center, are they going to bring Longstreet in? Let's take a look at Longstreet's orders. Is Longstreet being brought into the center? Because that could prove decisive. Here I was complaining about how moving Longstreet was just the worst idea, and now it might turn out to be the thing that saves the day for the Confederates. So it looks like he's redeploying to Van Pelt Hill. Let's see there. Right here. And that's around the stone bridge. Now, I don't think there's going to be any opposition here, but at least he's coming closer to the main fight where he needs to be. I think he'll arrive late, but you look at the distances involved, and the Union has a similar distance to get there, although I think the Union can get there a little more quickly. It's a little bit more direct route, less. He's got to cross another ford or two here. But this is leaving it to the dice. And it looks like here's where the reserve is going to go in. They're going to go in here at Lewis Ford. Balls Ford, not a lot happening. Again, it's going to come down to dice. But all right. There we have it. All right, let's just watch and see how that unfolds. All right. Let's see how everything is shaking out. Over here we have ooh, not good here. I think these are rough. It looks like a pretty even exchange. Oh, I like how he has these pop-ups on here. That's cool. I didn't know you could do that. That's great. All right. So the Union attack looks like it's failing, but the Confederates have paid for their defense. They do have some reserves, however, and the reserves will go forward probably and rotate in. So there'll be another round of combat here to determine the outcome, and it is in flux. Over here, it looks like they're just kind of they're going to start shooting at each other, but the advantage is definitely Confederate. But here in the center, where everything matters, Union forces should be moving up. These guys here are just kind of holding. These forces are moving forward, or they're going to. And we're going to get some die rolls here as these units fight. The Confederates want a strong result here, absolutely. And no, it favors the Union. It's going to favor the Union. So the Union's doing all right here. I'd be curious to see die rolls here. But I think we're past that. I think they've already rolled. And it looks like the Union is having a hard time here. But this is where the reinforcements are coming in. Man, there's just no way to see or say one way or the other. Here, these guys are just kind of moving around. They're doing, you know, the Confederate shuffle. Longstreet, I don't know if he's even been moved, but he has his marker here at the cemetery. There's a macabre place to stand during a battle. Here at Poplar Ford, it's been abandoned. The Union will cross it soon. And up here, the weenie roast is breaking up. I gotta go talk to whoever's playing General Davies. Where is he? Who's playing Davies? Let me see. Right here. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me, Colonel. Let's see your chat.
Yes, here I am. Hello.
Oh, there you are. Hello. My name's Marshall. I am live streaming this battle for the International Kriegsspiel Society. I'm serving as the announcer. I just wanted to check in with you and ask how
The
it's
Marshall.
going. Yes, I am. How's it going?
Very well, and we're also incredibly boring. So thank you. Yes.
How were
do you want me to...
how were the hot dogs and marshmallows from your camping expedition here? Because it looks like you've been camping out for a while. Not much
I've
action.
been sitting here. Nothing happening on the right wing. Nope.
Nope.
I am the extreme right wing of the Union Army, and there is nothing here. Well, we haven't advanced to our final objective. Our division commander stopped us going short of going to Sudley Ford. We're on top of a hill, according to the map, and yes, there's nothing here.
So what were your orders? Your orders were initially to go to Sudley Ford, and then why did you stop at the hill? Were you ordered to stop?
A division commander ordered me to stop.
Yeah.
I don't understand. I don't believe that he's heard anything from the army commander. So our division was tasked with exploring the Poplar Ford, which is where the other brigade in our division is, and also to go to Sudley's Ford, which is where I was headed. But our division commander decided it would be there's 3 or 4 miles between those two positions, and to send our 2 brigades so spread out would be disastrous. So we've stopped here.
So where are you headed now? It looks like you're in Column.
No, I should be in line behind the ridge of the hill. So that the infantry, if the enemy comes at us across Sudley Ford, they'll only see my guns on the hill. They won't see my infantry. Is the plan.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm refusing the flank, not refusing the flank. I'm on the reverse of the hill,
Mm-hmm.
Wellington style.
Right.
Is my plan. But yes, in a moment, I expect my division commander to return from Poplar's Ford and order my brigade to march down there to assist Blanca, and we may end up making an attack across the water there.
Well, good luck to you. That's interesting to see. I've been watching your movements for some time, and then I saw you stop, and I was like, huh, that's interesting. And so I wanted to come and get your take on it. You have to follow your orders,
Sure.
And you're doing a good job at doing that.
Correct.
So there's no blame on you,
Well,
that's for sure.
Historically, this is where the bulk of the Union Army crosses Bull Run. So in the historical battle, there should be 2 or 3 divisions coming around. Well, 2 divisions marching around this northern route, and we're not doing that today. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you are following a different.
Hopefully, there's a Confederate brigade at Sudley Springs going, "Where are these people, and why aren't they attacking me yet?" Hopefully, they're bored out of their skull as I am on my side.
No, it's really interesting because I've been commentating on this actually the whole battle, or at least since the first couple turns of the battle, and I guess
I'm unaware that any battle is occurring.
Yeah.
So. As
when
far
you,
as I know, there's nothing happening anywhere.
When you watch the live stream, you'll hear me, making my joking comments that you're roasting weenies up there and what the heck is going on. But I finally was like, I just got to drop in and find out how this guy's doing. He's playing what we call marching simulator.
That's right. And I'll just point out that I'm in Australia. I've been awake since 1 a.m.
Oh my!
Yeah, I've been sitting here for nearly 3 hours and done nothing. So,
oh no! Is this your first game?
I'm getting some work. I'm getting some writing done. I'm getting some work done in the background. So,
is this your first?
Things are getting done, but
is this your first game with
us?
No,
I have played. I played a Napoleonic one a few weeks ago, which you organised.
Oh, good.
I was tasked with guarding a hill. You might remember some cuirassiers charging up a hill at some guns.
Right.
I was the poor fellow sitting on top. I was the blue boy sitting on top of the hill getting slaughtered while my cuirassiers and my other brigade were off faffing about in the woods.
Well, hey, just for the record, I lose pretty consistently, so don't feel bad. And you're not losing; you're winning. You're following your orders. Actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I haven't lost a man.
So hang in there.
Haven't fired a shot. Haven't lost a man.
I love
Thank you, Marshall.
Man. You got it. You hang in there, and we'll see you soon. Good luck.
Okay, bye.
-1. Okay, all right. That's a 15. It's a 9. And that's a 7.
The 9 on the U.S. Infantry Battalion didn't roll.
On the Marines? Or the U.S. Infantry? Oh, the U.S. Infantry. Okay. Didn't roll. Got it.
Yep.
Thank you, Marshall.
Yeah, of course.
Ooh. Ouch. Okay. All right. Thank you for letting me know, Marshall.
Yeah,
That's
now
important.
now I'm going to be in trouble with the Union commander for opening my mouth. No good deed goes unpunished. All right. Well, there you go, folks. Next time I'll keep my mouth shut. Oh my. Sorry. Oh, I should go deliver an apology, but, you know. Oh no, I've made an enemy and I don't even know who it is. But they're gonna know me. Assuming they watch the live stream. Hopefully they don't. Oh man, yeah, that was too bad. That roll could have, of course, gone opposite, but even then, the dice in Carter's system show what happens to you and how you react to it rather than your attack. Typically, in most systems, a unit rolls the die, and that die is the effectiveness of their attack. It's reverse in Carter's system, and it actually makes logical sense to do it that way. It just shows, how are you responding to the attack. And then the different kinds of dice. You see that there's D20s, there's D12, I think this is, or a 10. No, that's a D12. 20, 12, 6. Here's your D10. And the die that you roll is related to the strength or power of the unit that's attacking you. So that's how that's adjusted. A little different than the K22 system, which just rolls one die for each engagement. It covers both sides. But both the K22 system and Carter system are more efficient than the old brigade system, which rolled a die for every single unit that's involved. Which is it's just a lot. All right. Yeah, it looks like that busted the Union. Should have kept my mouth shut, huh? But the Confederates have paid dearly to repulse that attack. Here, it's just a slap fight. They're just slapping it at each other at arm's length, it seems. Here's the big fight. There's nothing north of here that's happening. I mean, yes, these units are coming in. Our friend from Australia, who's unfortunately been on a camping expedition. a Boy Scout hike. He's finally going to come across probably, but they're going to be late to the party. So he played Marching Simulator. Confederates are attacking. We've got these guys in a column. Ooh boy. This here is going to be a big deal. Where are those reinforcements? Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's 60-40 Confederates now. This unit here is still, Runyon is still in reserve. Where is the Union Commander-in-Chief? Here at Lewis Ford. Now, he's going to probably bring everything he can in here. He's probably sending couriers back to all three of these brigades, certainly these two, saying, get up here as quick as you can. And yeah, it's just a meat grinder now. Now it's a meat grinder. Ooh. Yeah. Hmm. So here you have this situation where Union forces are falling back in one portion or one section or whatever, advancing in another. Fortunately, they have reinforcements. So the reinforcements are coming forward and trying to hold. But at this point, they're all in at that position, and there's not going to be another reinforcement here for 30 minutes. Meanwhile, there are 3 brigades and a battery fresh back here in front of F. Lewis House. So this is going to get decisive really soon. Over here on the right, though, the Union is doing a little better. This last 27th Virginia is probably going to have to go in the reserve, go up to the front of the line to plug that gap. Confederates with what we would call in basketball a full court press. Union forces shaking out to their right. Where are the dice? Okay. Looks like this is breaking, but since they can rotate a reinforcement, it's not that devastating. These here are just, they take some hits, but they more or less stay in the fight. So it's just going to be an extended period of skirmishing. A lot of casualties, a lot of bodies here. There's going to be a military cemetery there at that site, I'm afraid, after the war. Mm. The Union doing poorly this time. Here with that 5 result. They take that hit and fall back. Modified, huh? Or I don't know if that was a modification to the roll or what. Yep, it is. They modified the roll for some reason. I don't know why. But it's turning into a disaster here. Does this break McDowell's resolve? We could go be a fly on the wall when that report is given. So let's head down to McDowell. Check in with him one more time. Hello, General McDowell.
How are things going?
You tell me. You tell me. I do have the God's eye view, so I actually know. But I'm interested in what you feel.
Well, it's pretty crazy right now. From the reports I've been receiving, we seem to be holding pretty well in the north. There's been some crossings at Poplar Ridge that have been refuted, which is amazing. Our troops there are going above and beyond, and the command is doing an excellent job. We're pushing across the bridges at Balls Run, Balls Ford, and Lewis Ford. So those are positives. I'm just going currently to go check out Lewis Ford just to see what is happening. My biggest concern is I haven't heard anything from Mitchell's Crossing and Blackburn's Crossing down there. So it's a big concern, big empty area. So if the whole situation changes, I foresee it happening down there due to the lack of communication. So we'll see how that goes. But I'm currently pushing reinforcements into Ballsford from our reserve division, so then we can make sure that our sort of beachhead there, as we could phrase it, stays firm.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, good luck. We're watching it unfold with bated breath here. Much will be decided soon, I'm afraid. Good or bad, I can't tell you. But much will be decided soon.
Well, let's hope the deciding
Good what you're
factor
doing.
comes with the Union.
All right. I'm going to hang out here, and you should be getting a report soon. So I'm going to just hang out quietly, and so our viewers can hear the report when it comes in.
Well, we shall wait.
All right. Hang in there. And for those viewing the live stream, the umpires are starting to deliver reports, I think. And McDowell will get his report here shortly, as well as all the players. And Nick, I see the comment, but yeah, I'm not too worried about that.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know why Marshall is here, but I'm gonna steal the general now because he's now co-located with some other people.
Oh.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm actually here so the people on the live stream can listen to the report. That's all. Go ahead.
Well, I'm not giving a report here. I'm moving him to another channel. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay. No, wait, that's the wrong channel.
All right, we're in the correct channel now. We're just waiting for Felix, the umpire, to get here, and he'll deliver the report shortly. For those of you watching on the live stream, just kind of stay tuned, and we'll see what the report is. I don't know what the report is.
Oh boy. Okay, so you are all co-located at the Lewis Fort now. The enemy cavalry is still handing out damage to your right flank. The second Vermont has been driven back immediately. Also, your artillery took some bad hits and is looking like they are panicking, so they're trying to get back across the fort. Otherwise, on your left flank, you're pushing forward, but so far not much success, since the enemy has also brought up some reserves there, and otherwise, Serb Brigade has now completely crossed the river and is ready to take action. I will give you a second to think about it, and then I will be back for orders.
I'm happy I came up here. The reports commanders definitely didn't represent this being the active situation.
Yeah, why? What did you receive as a report? Is it my report you receive?
Let me double check. Not much. I don't know if I received your report.
Okay.
I received a report earlier from someone, but it didn't have the name of who sent it, so I wasn't sure who sent it.
Okay. Anyway, what do we do? I suppose we continue to push forward. I will push forward more on the north of the line.
Yeah, and I'll take the south.
To me, it looks like what we got to do is just keep extending our line, getting more forces in the fight, because we got the numbers right now. We just gotta use them.
What's that artillery doing on the northern bank there? Are they supporting us or?
They're shooting more to your south, something further off in the distance there. So there's still fighting going on to your south. You're just not, sure what's going on there because there's smoke and men and stuff in the way. Okay, orders. Let's start with Wilcox.
Okay. The Wisconsin column to the south is to exchange lines, so the front line becomes the rear and the rear becomes the front.
Yep.
The New York column form up behind the Wisconsin column and just recover there. Just stay where they are in the cover.
Okay.
The battery just will ride over. My commander rides over to the battery and tries to rally them.
Okay. Nick.
And that's all.
So my regiment at the top north is going to flank the cavalry.
Yep.
My regiment in reserve is going to take over the position of the 2nd Vermont.
Yep.
And I'm trying to rally 2nd Vermont.
Yeah, they're just going to the rear. You don't need to rally them. They will
Okay.
stop as soon as they are safe.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
Okay, thank you. I'm done taking 815 orders. How is everyone else doing?
I'm working up to 0830 now. So once you, Arp, and Ed are ready, go ahead and start resolving.
Okay.
So who's doing the fight around Lewisford? Is that still Felix?
That's me. Yep.
Okay. So orders just
Go ahead
so
and
you
move
know.
to umpires too. Sorry.
Okay. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Fine.
Yep.
Grand.
Sorry.
Area here. Just what they're up to on this turn.
Liam, are you running Holmes, the reserve brigade of the Confederates?
Really
Oh,
doing
you
that.
are.
Okay, so let's take a look at how things are shaping up. Over here, the Union appears to have kind of rotated their forces. The Confederates are doing more poorly. But even if the Confederates are driven off, the Union doesn't have much with which to exploit their gains. It looks like they're going to hit this artillery. They're probably going to get canister from it. So I don't think the 27th New York is going to continue intact as it is at present. The smoke's coming down, or usually that's well, I don't know. I don't know if they've rolled it yet or not, or what's going to happen. Over here, again, not much. Both sides. Oh, there you go. They have the fancy smoke, finally. Both sides continue to fight without a whole lot of result. But the Confederate artillery is being driven back. Down here at Island Ford, looks like they have to clean up some stuff, but the Union has not succeeded in pushing through there. The Confederates, however, have paid a price to hold them. Who are those commanders? Bartow and Ewell. Okay, over here, there's the 27th Virginia in now, as predicted. And it looks like a slight Confederate advantage, at least in terms of numbers. We'll see how that shakes out with the die roll. Over here, a very good order from Nick to flank the Confederate cavalry. That will probably succeed. But then we'll see how everything else goes. So they're about to roll some dice here, looks like. Well, I thought they were going to roll dice. But this is a foregone conclusion here. I don't know what dice were just rolled. I'm trying to find. Alright, well, let's take a look. Over here, Confederate forces disrupted from earlier combats are now moving south. And Union forces are finally about to cross here. So, our friend from down under is finally about to cross Poplar Ford with fresh troops. But again, he's in the rear. You have Runyon, who is still at the Spindle House. And you have Heinzelman, who is still overlooking the stone bridge. So we'll see how the dice shake out, but so far it looks like Confederates are holding their own. I don't know, it looks like they're getting flanked here pretty bad. What's going on here? What is going on here? Yeah, if the Union gets around that flank, it could do some serious harm. Otherwise, here's the reserve. Here's the Union reserves come in here. The Confederates don't have a lot in the way of fresh troops themselves, so they're starting to wear thin. The Union advantage in numbers is starting to tell. But let's see how these dice turn out. Yeah, someone is rolling dice, but we'll have a look. But this is what matters right here, are these engagements. Looks like it went well for the Union. The Confederates, on the other hand, have just been smashed. Their flank has just been smashed. Look at that. So the 27th, so the Stonewall Brigade did not stand like a stone wall this time. And that could prove pretty decisive. Without reserves to plug that up and stop that bleeding, that's going to be a big problem. So the Confederates need to pull in reserves. They haven't got reserves to put in, not in this sector. Let's see what's happening here. Disaster for the Union on this flank. Looks like the cavalry gave better than you would think. But at Lewis Ford, but this is not a decisive position. This is. We're going to roll up your flank. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's it. So, as the Stonewall Brigade collapses and falls back, and if the Union had more reinforcements up here, it would be kind of a no-brainer, but this might be a narrow Union victory. We might be looking at the end of the game here. I don't know who got that 3 rolled on them. It might be 33rd Virginia. Wow. That might be it. So it seems to me that the Union left it up more or less to the dice, but the dice worked out in their favor, is what it could be. I don't know that the strategy is particularly noteworthy, but the die rolls certainly worked. Let's take a look over here. Again, Union getting the better of the Confederates. I don't know if there's been any new rolls here. I don't think so. Again, these guys kind of not doing much. No way to stem or turn the Union route that's coming, or the Confederate route. The Union is going to bring up this fresh brigade right here, and that's going to punch right through. That's it, guys. That's the game. They've got reinforcements coming in here, but they don't need them. It's too late. They might go another turn or two, but I think the Union has it. All right. Let's see if
jumps around him.
Hey Carter.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm good in my channel. If you.
Where's your channel?
Marshall, do you see it or is it private?
It's private. I'm a moderator only, so I can't see everything. You know.
I'll go to Bull Run Rating Room.
All right.
All right, Carter. I just watched that last turn, that last die roll. The Union just punched the Stonewall Brigade in the face, man.
They really did.
Is that it? Is that going to be decisive? They've got reinforcements pouring in.
I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. How much longer are you going to let it go?
Oh, I'm gonna let it go, and I'm gonna let it go. You know, like I'm not gonna just call it at the decisive moment. I'm gonna let both sides figure out that the battle's over and decide to disengage.
Oh wow.
Or not, you know.
Wow.
Like I'm not gonna do their work for them. I'm gonna keep playing.
All right.
I want to see how this turns out. You know, we haven't had that many battles, right, where you get into the pursuit phase. I want to see it happen. The Union doesn't have much cavalry. They've only got one squadron. So I have a feeling that they, you know, right? This is the first battle of the war. Is this going to be the decisive encounter? Is this going to end the war? Well, that's up to the Union now. If they've, you know, they're winning the battle right now, but can they translate that into the war only lasts until July of 1861, right?
Right. Well, this is a case where I don't think their strategy was particularly great, but they won the die roll, and like I say, it's better to be lucky than good. You know, this is absolutely that. It's better to be lucky than good, and they are lucky. So there you have it. They're not bad, you know. Just because you're not good doesn't mean you're bad. But you know, I would have liked to have seen a more aggressive strategy. But nonetheless, I still think. Well, anyway, they're lucky, and I think this is the decisive moment. And yeah, you're right. It's going to be interesting now to see how it plays out over the next few turns.
The Confederates might be able to scramble together and form up some kind of rear guard to make this an inconclusive battle, right? You know, so it'll be inconclusive in the opposite manner that it was historically, right? Whereas, you know, the Union historically lost the battle, was sent running back to DC, but the Confederates couldn't convert that into long-term advantage. This might be the Union win, send the Confederates running, but can't convert it into a long-term advantage for them either, right? So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we'll see. I think they continue to operate semi-autonomously and don't coordinate very well, but that's up to the commander. That's just my prediction from all the Kriegsspiel games I've watched. But their commander-in-chief, Beauregard, whoever's playing them, might be better than that. He might have a good handle on it. We'll see. He's got to get the reports, though, from his subordinates. And then we'll see what call he makes.
Where is Beauregard right now? He's
F. Lewis House.
Yeah, so he's right there, you know. Though, of course, on his side, it's looking slightly better.
Yeah,
he
exactly.
Can't quite see into the distance.
He might have that tunnel vision. I mean, so far, he thinks he's winning, probably, or at least holding his own.
Right.
You know.
And there's an entire brigade under Theophilus Holmes by the Mitchell House where they haven't done anything this whole battle. They're just sitting there.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Though there are Confederates moving down from the northern fords, which might be able to help reinforce the center here. We'll see, you know?
Yeah, I think they're a little late to the party. There's a number of guys who played Marching Simulator, including the unit up at Poplar Ford, which has been unengaged all battle. And then a couple, or at least one at the Spindle House.
At Poplar Ford, they've been engaged. Or you mean the other one, the one that's marching back south? Yeah.
Yeah, and then we've got one at Spindle House that has just kind of been hanging out. So, yeah,
right.
we'll see. We'll see if the Union can turn this into a Confederate rout.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was interesting to see that decisive fight there and to see the Stonewall Brigade live under its reputation.
Well, of course, this was the battle that made their reputation, so... Of course, that's the thing, right? So all of these units in this battle, I'm considering as equal. Because None of them have the reputation. They haven't fought before. They're all green. Even the U.S. regulars and the U.S. Marines. The Marines were fresh recruits, and the U.S. regulars have been on garrison duty for the past however many years since the Mexican War. So they don't know what fighting is like, really.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm considering all of the units equal, and the reputations have to be earned. They aren't, nobody has a reputation yet.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
Jackson in this timeline is no longer Stonewall, unless if he can make something happen here later. But yeah.
Right. No, that makes sense, and it keeps it fair, and it'll be interesting to see what happens next. Good luck, Carter.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right. I am interested checking in with General Beauregard to see what his take is now. He doesn't know that his right flank is collapsing. His immediate right at Ball's Ford is collapsing. But let's check in with him. Let's see if we can find him here. Still scrolling through. There he is. Okay, here we are.
Right, I don't see the name.
Okay. So the one that's got the 2 hits.
I actually think it might be time to be more decisive and have you swing around to the left and move up. If you can have your artillery target that one Union regiment on the right and try to drive them back, do everything they can to try to hit them, then we will try to be decisive. And
you think so? So commit everything to our right flank.
To the left flank. Actually, let me look at a previous map so I can see how much room we have.
I'll come back to you. I'll come back to you in a second. I'll write something in your chat, and then once you've decided what you're going to do.
Okay. That works.
Okay.
But do you have an idea of what's going on Islands Fort?
Islands Fort. I'm hearing that it's not good at Islands Fort. Ewell's fallen back and he's taken quite the beating.
So then if we swing to the left, it means we can get actually eaten on the right.
No, that's Balls Ford. So there's Lewis Ford and then there's Balls Ford next to it. Islands Ford's further downstream.
Yeah, okay, but I mean, the point is, if we are losing in Islands Fort and then we decide to push everything on the left, then that's basically leaving our right flank to the Yankees.
But our right flank is Balls Ford, not Islands Ford. Balls Ford's doing, I think, pretty well. So Jackson, last time I was over there, is pressing the enemy at Balls Ford pretty hard.
When was this? How old are these news?
15 minutes ago.
Ah, okay. That's I got completely a completely different picture in my mind then.
Yeah, there are. Last time I was over there on that hill, several Union regiments that have quite a few hits on them.
Okay, so it looks like on the downside here, Beauregard is focused at what's happening at Lewis Ford to his front, and that makes sense. That's where he's standing. But on the upside, and I'm actually very happy to hear some of this the chatter, that they're talking about what's happening across the broader battlefield, which is what the commander-in-chief needs to be doing. He can't just get tunnel vision and focus on what's at his immediate front. He's got division commanders and brigade commanders whose job it is to pay attention to that. His job is to pay attention to the overall strategic scenario, and he's doing that, and he's talking about it with his subordinates, which is also good, because you're getting that little other opinions and other things, and okay, so he's thinking about it. Island Ford isn't as decisive for him as he might fear, and General Ewell, is that Ewell or Bartow? He's got some reserves there that apparently are kind of holding things. It's kind of stabilized. The problem here's Ewell trying to rally his forces. The problem for him, he does not know yet, but the Stonewall Brigade, which is not the Stonewall Brigade, but which was historically the command of, let's see here, is it General Cock? is completely being smashed. Oh, here it is, Jackson. Yeah, Jackson and Koch are smashed. They're falling back. He's going to get the news momentarily that his right flank is collapsed. And then he's got to figure, is there a fallback position we can move to? And then what do we do? But I do think it's a Union victory. It's just now, as Carter's pointed out, what level of a victory is it going to be? Is it a war-winning victory, or is it just a battle-winning victory? What do we do now? So let's go back on up and hang out with Beauregard and wait for a report.
They pour it on them with canister and all that.
Okay.
Artillery pieces and fire them.
Okay, well, they will not say that I was a fool. I will only say that I was following orders then.
Do you disagree? I mean, we can stay here and there are...
I find myself not really that aggressive usually, so I'm going to try and see what happens when I
tell you, I am no Sam Miller, but I think that we've been fighting them here enough. They've taken far more hits than we have and more casualties.
Hey Carter, what do you got, man?
I just wanted to point out, Marshall, that Sam Miller, yes, the Sam Miller, has fallen back.
No way. And you know, they were just invoking the name of Sam Miller in the other channel when you called me up here. Sam Miller, notorious for I continue to attack, and he is running Jackson or Cook or Koch? Jackson?
No, he's over on the far right. He is General Bernard Elliott B., the man who historically gave Jackson his moniker and died shortly afterward. He's over on the far right by Blackburn Ford.
Yeah, I got him. Yep.
And he has opted to fall back because, as you can see, his units are worse for wear.
Yeah.
Pretty well worse for wear.
Yeah.
So I just wanted to point that out real quick.
That is a legendary moment. It's probably a first in Kriegsspiel history. But there's a first time for everything. And I'm sure we haven't heard the last from Sam.
No, we definitely haven't.
Yeah. Meanwhile, it's really interesting to hear the Confederate commander who's focused on the situation at Lewis Ford, but he is correctly talking about things that are going on elsewhere. But I don't think he's received his report yet that his right flank is now collapsing. So.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. To a boy.
Oh boy, it's turning out interesting. Fantastic.
Yeah, I know. I'm really liking the way this is turning out. I think this is... So far, I think everybody's had an interesting battle.
Even the ones on playing Marching Simulator?
I think some of them have, yeah.
All right, we'll check in with them too. All right, it looks like General Beauregard's getting a report. I want to be a fly on the wall during that.
Yep.
Good luck.
Good luck. Yep.
Then General Smith here is going to bring his 2 regiments around and go around my left, and which he's issuing orders for. Just so you know.
I have the orders issued, taking the Maryland, Tennessee battalions with me. Go to my left.
All right.
And I'm gonna come up to the actually the South Carolina regiment on the left, and try to inspire them and press them forward. And
repeat. What were your orders for the cavalry again?
The cavalry is to sort of regroup and try to hit them again on the... If they can go... Gosh, I can't really see well. But try to go toward the creek and hit them sort of on the side. Like on their flank. They're to support Smith's regiments as they advance on the left.
All right. Very good.
Yep.
So I'm going to update Johnston.
Okay. He's not replying to me, so...
Nice. Where are you sending the messages to?
To just Brigadier General Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he said he might have moved to the to Mitchett Fort, where the third brigade is supposed to be. So maybe
Okay.
he's far away. He wanted to take a look, but that was like 1 hour ago or 1 hour and a
Oh.
half. He wanted to take a look there, so I don't know. He could be everywhere.
Try to impress upon him the importance of sending reinforcements here.
Okay.
Marshall, hello.
Hey, how's it going, General?
Oh, we're attempting to push the Yankees back across this ford, and our men are itching for a fight. They got their dander up, and nothing is going to calm them down beside getting across that ford and getting their feet wet and possibly fixing bayonets.
Well, you got to do what you got to do.
That's right.
Have you received reports from elsewhere on the battlefield? How's that going?
Yeah, it seems that we're getting it quite rough at Island Ford, which is near us downriver.
Mm-hmm.
And our General Ewell has fallen back. He's currently coordinating with Colonel Bartow of the Army of the Shenandoah to form some kind of resistance, but I haven't heard from them in quite a while. Poplar Ford is being pressed, and our Colonel Jones has fallen back. So we're trying to sort of anchor our left flank at the Van Pelt Hill, right at the stone bridge.
Right.
That's going to be there's going to be when last I checked 4 artillery batteries there, and hopefully a good defensive position. And I'm trying to get more reinforcements here to push them back across Lewis, Balls, and Island Ford.
Would you say that Island was suffering a lot? I mean, what's the status of Island and Balls again, please?
So when last I looked at Balls Ford, Jackson is there, and we just talked to Colonel Koch, and he is so Koch and Jackson are they're forming a line at that ford, and then that from my vantage point that looked like it was going well. I can't see anything at Islands Ford, so we can only hope that's going well. But at least at Lewis and Balls, it looks like it seems like it's in our favor.
Okay.
Marshall, you can see everything. What? How's the battle going?
I can only ask. I can't answer. I can't tell you. I don't want to ruin your fog of war, which impacts your most interesting decision making. I'm only here as a journalist, so I always found.
Hopefully, your readers in Richmond and Washington know the bravery that occurred on this battlefield by the Virginians.
Yes, well, the Charleston Mercury will have a very favorable write-up of the courage of our young lads.
Indeed.
All right. Well, hang in there. Good luck, and keep up the good fight.
Awesome. Thanks.
All right. Yep. They just don't know. They just don't know what's happening. I'm going to check his dispatch channel now to see if he's received a dispatch. Let's see here, and just now let's scroll down. From Ewell, the time is 8:15. That's 30 minutes ago. And my line has collapsed. We'll be attempting to rally. Colonel Bartow will be trying to establish a new line while I reform. We're currently located just west of Balls and Island Ford at a junction in the road. So this here is where the general is so concerned. He's really focused on this. And it's not necessarily incorrectly so. The problem is, here's the point of crisis. And I'm sorry, but they're not coming back from this. And if he doesn't realize, if he doesn't learn that we're collapsing on our right at Balls Ford, that the enemy has crossed here, and if the enemy is aggressive, then all will be lost pretty soon. So I am curious what General Tyler's thoughts are. We might check in with him shortly. I think he's figured out, though, that we don't want to defend, or maybe he defended as per strategy and that paid off. That's probably what it sounds like. It sounds like a couple of maneuvers that I critiqued early on have turned out to pay off for both sides. Longstreet moving south from his position paid off because the attack on the ford, which was supposed to materialize, never materialized. And now having him in that more southerly position means he can get to the battle. Then General Tyler's strategy of push across the ford then defend appears to have worked. Now, I think luck is involved here as opposed to sound strategy and tactics, and that's why I say it's better to be lucky than good. And I think this is a textbook example of being lucky. All right, so a dispatch from up north, General Beauregard, 845, Stone Bridge, has not been attacked in any strength. That's the position to his north. I am moving south with my brigade to your position. Half of my brigade is fresh. The other half slightly disrupted. Jones is taking up positions on Stone Bridge. Longstreet is setting up north of Van Pelt Hill. Their artillery will be concentrated on Van Pelt Hill. Please inform me of your location and where my brigade would best be used. So Beauregard's getting a brigade's worth of reinforcements, which he needs to stabilize his line because the Union's punching through. And let's take a quick look at that. Let's take a look. Here's that brigade that's moving down right here. Okay, this is the brigade. It's got about 3 or 4, I don't know how much, but it looks like 4 regiments. And he's going to come in here around F. Lewis House. Now, where does he put the reserve? It's a vital question. Here, the Union boys are simply surrounded. Or the Confederates are just surrounded. They're going to get enveloped and driven back. These units here need to be rallied and put in. They need to form a line immediately. I'm going to try to zoom in a little bit because we can take a closer view here and see everything that's in play. That'll do. That's perfect. All right, kind of hold it there. General Beauregard is replying to General Bonham, who's coming in from the north with his brigade. But he's probably going to put him in on the left or something. I don't know. I would predict he puts him in on the left and orders him to attack at Lewis Ford. Or maybe he sends him down to bail out Ewell. But what he does need to do is shore up his right flank quickly. If he can, if he even can, I don't know. But that's where the reinforcements need to go. And right now, as far as I know, General Beauregard does not know that his immediate right is collapsed. Where is his dispatch? General Jackson needs to be furiously writing a dispatch to General Beauregard. Alright, General Beauregard's got his little screenshot which shows that they're pretty much clearing out the Union at Lewis Ford. Where did all the units go? Let me zoom in here. They've kind of dispersed. Alright, we'll hold the camera there. Beauregard is writing orders to Bonham, I'm sure. So the battle's been underway since, I think, 7 a.m., so after just 2 hours of battle, or maybe it's 2.5. I don't know if he started at 0600 or 0700. Typically, we start our games at 0600. It doesn't matter that much. But knowing how many turns have elapsed is good to know. General Beauregard from General Ewell says, time is 0830. My forces have been fully routed. We're attempting to rally on the hills to the southwest of the junction, unaware of Colonel Bartow's current force dispositions. And now Bonham reports to Beauregard. No, Beauregard says to Bonham, proceed to Island Fort at once. Our forces there have completely routed. So what Beauregard's doing is he's ordering his reinforcements to go south to here at Island Ford. And he's getting these crazy reports from Ewell that, oh my gosh, I've completely collapsed and broken. Which, yeah, there's something to it. I would think he should be getting these reports from Johnston, though. Johnston should be saying something too. I get it. But at the end of the day, I don't think that's the decisive spot. Okay, dispatch to Beauregard. My forces are deployed at Blackburn's Island and Balls. Have you not received my dispatches? We have held back as it seems like crossing at Blackburn's was likely. Me and the second will now head out to Lewis Ford. Brigadier General Johnston currently at Mitchell's. Okay, let's take a look here. Alright, so the Union is coming on in strength down here. So it looks like they're going to get across, finally. Confederates are going to pull back. Where these Union reinforcements need to get in the fight. And look at that Sam Miller in the lower right corner, falling back. Something I never thought I'd live to see. Let's take a look at what happened down here. Yeah, it looks bad for the Confederates. These guys got hammered, but there's a reserve here. Hmm. Looks like the Confederates are trying to establish a defensive line. They're sending their units forward. Suddenly, in the middle of battle, units that have taken a little bit of disruption are no longer damaged goods, but critical assets. And these are Virginians. Are these the... yeah, these are the same ones that previously were driven back. So the Confederates are trying to restore their line here. They really need reinforcement. Reinforcements are coming. It's going to take time. And look here, the Union, finally. General Runyon has his troops coming up. What happened there? The Union kind of had it in the bag, and it looks like they're letting the Confederates push back. So. All right, so it's starting to look like the Union has handed back some of the initiative to the Confederates, but the Confederates are absolutely not out of the woods yet. And here at Island Ford, It's just the Union doesn't have a lot of forces to exploit that with. And once these reinforcements come up. Here comes the dice, though. Here comes the rolls. Ouch. Yeah, such a meat grinder here. I just don't know what to make of it. Personally, I don't like it when battles turn out like this. When they start to turn into meat grinders like this, I just... but you gotta let the players do what the players are gonna do. I still think the Union has the better of it here, especially when they get that last brigade in. Everything else is kind of a sideshow now. Even here, it just doesn't seem like it's a big decisive thing. It seems like that's also a sideshow. Oh man. I don't know where that piece went. I don't know if they're removed from play or what. Yeah, so they're charging in there at Lewis Ford. They're trying to be decisive. That artillery's going to fire right here. Let's see what happens here. Yeah. Hmm. Let's go to the umpire table and listen to some of the chatter there.
Sides in a melee, it's a -2 or a -3 because Civil War units don't like melee.
So has the one at the other end been done as well, or not yet?
That I did that. Yeah, that was not. They rolled really high, both of them, like
Oh, cool,
19
okay.
and 20.
Wow.
Let's just assume a -3 in melee.
For
So
everyone.
-3 for everyone. Okay, I'll do that one. Okay, cool. This one's gone down to a 7. This one's down to that one down to a 7 as well. Oh wow, devastating for everyone.
That's what melee does.
So this guy's no effect. This guy is a hit. Did you put
Yeah,
that hit on this
already
guy
put
here?
it on. Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah,
I won't
also
get.
did that
I
one.
won't get in your way. I won't get in your way.
Then this is hit. And...
Yep, I already did that one.
Oh, you did that. Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Okay,
should
good.
all be updated.
And this one as well. Already done.
Yep, they're
Should
all
that
done.
have?
I think I just saw somebody delete a block.
No, I see.
No, I don't think so.
I'm gonna go
The hell?
back and check.
Okay.
No, never mind. You were right.
God damn it, Carter.
Well, you give me half that then.
Better safe than sorry, huh?
Yeah, I didn't want to accidentally delete a block. You know that at this point that could be critical, right? You know,
Yeah.
like it's that close.
So just want to double check here. Was an extra hit put on this unit that shouldn't have been?
Yep, yes, it's all ready.
So that should be on 3?
I think we're ready for reports now.
No, I think that was a deletion that we now undid, which was delete one of these hits.
I thought you put an extra block on it. Okay. So did that one
should
have
have
a 4?
This one should have
This one had a 4. So should that be routing at all, or breath falling back? Because I sure it was a 4 result.
No, it was a hit and fall back. 4 result is a hit and fall back.
Okay, so he should be falling back somewhere back here, yeah?
I think that was this one.
Oh
that
yeah,
was,
no,
he
that was
right
the hit.
behind.
This one was just a hit.
That was
No,
a
that's
7.
not-
Yeah, that
right.
was just a hit. Yep.
And this.
It's all
oh,
good.
this-
We didn't.
Okay.
Yeah, it didn't go that far
Cool.
back. Don't worry,
Yeah,
guys.
cool. That's
Yep.
okay. Just want to double check. So we got, like I say, it's crucial, isn't it, at this stage? So we're now doing screenshots, yeah?
Yes, for 0900.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, let's get these dice out of the way. And this guy who's back.
All right. So the Empire's working together to sort out what is apparently a mess. Again, you get so many blocks in here. This is why I like the K22 system. You kind of group all this. You roll one die and then you apply a decisive result, or at least it's typically decisive. So you don't have turn after turn of units like this engaged. Units of this size, even though these are brigades, are not going to stay... Actually, these are regiments. They're not going to stay engaged for hours on end. So that's one of the issues I had with the brigade system and why I developed K22. Now we're assuming that they're rotating men on the front lines, that they have reserves. Some of these guys did come in as reserves. So I can't say that any particular unit has been in too long. But that is one of the problems we get into. So that unless you're tracking ammunition, which you might not do in a game of this size, especially with so few empires, it's hard to do. But unless you're tracking ammo, it's one of those things where you get units that tend to stay engaged for an extended period, which is a little ahistoric, but sometimes that's the lesser of all the evils. You know, if you're tracking ammo, it adds time to the process, and you know, you've got to get these turns processed in about 10 to 15 minutes in general. All right. Just now, although we don't have a timestamp and we don't know who the officer who sent the dispatch is, but to General Beauregard, this is 5th Brigade. The forces on my right seem to be breaking and falling back. Balls forward is a chaotic mess, but we certainly no longer have the forces to hold. I plan on pulling my rightmost unit further back. The Union is pushing through the woods the 20th held for so long. Alright, So now it'll be interesting to see how Beauregard reacts to that. But again, this is kind of where it is. So that's why we're zeroed in on this particular section of the battlefield. It's not that things aren't happening anywhere else, it's just that whatever's happening anywhere else is less likely to matter. What a meat grinder, though. I'm going to hang out here in the alternative umpires channel, where I think the umpires working the center of the map are gathering. Right now they're delivering reports, and as the reports and the orders come in, they'll come back up here, and then we'll hear what they have to say. It does look like General Johnston has moved to General Jackson on the right here, defending balls forward. They're attempting to rally and establish some kind of a defense. They do have something that is starting to coalesce that looks like a reasonable and coherent line. And it may be the case soon that the Union's going to need reinforcements to restore their momentum. But the Union does look like they're starting to run out of steam as Confederate resistance begins to toughen once again.
Okay. So, who's moving the pieces around?
Portal, maybe?
Okay, so first things first, let's resolve the first thing, because that will dictate.
Hey, Marshall, I just wanted to tell you.
Go ahead.
Last order was retreat to Richmond.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
how the mighty have fallen.
maybe
I've
there's
got
something for him to attack there.
Yeah. He even said, "I've got to preserve command." Wow.
Wow.
Right,
Yeah.
this guy's been wiped out completely. Not even going to bother rolling anymore stuff, he's dead.
Hey, ARP, can you hold off on doing combat till I have all the orders in?
Yeah, I did one because of movement, because it's the artillery fire and it's going to wipe out that unit anyway. It's going to be
Just
dead.
hold on, because they're gonna retreat back. So
Fair
yeah,
enough.
hold off on doing orders till all the sides are in.
I thought everything was what Carlton said. My apologies.
Let me finish getting orders. If you want to help, can you get PT Beauregard's orders? I haven't done
Yep,
him.
we'll do. Yep, I'll do that. Where is he? Beauregard, where are you? Where are you? I can find him.
This battle's turned into an incredible bloodbath.
It really has. Though, of course, in brigade system, right, where a hit is 1/3 casualties,
Yeah,
it would
well,
be a lot worse. Whereas this is 10% per hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, Sam is beating a brave retreat. He's forming up a rear guard to try and guard his way out.
Well,
He's attacking in a different direction. That's
exactly it. Ah. Sam Miller is our unofficial mascot of the
He really
IKS.
is.
And he is legendary for just relentless attack. But yeah, he's got nothing left. His units have taken all of their hits. Their punch cards are filled. What else can he do?
Mm-hmm. The Union here have done extraordinarily well. Colonel Porter has gotten the luck of the draw a lot of times.
Yeah.
But that's war sometimes, you know?
I don't feel so bad now about pointing out that die roll.
Yeah, true enough. Okay. Let's see how this rear guard action turns out. Okay, so two. I'm going to say it's a -1 on each of these, so that's going to be the artillery.
It gets to hit
2 guns on each.
and I give him pluses. I mean, he only got 3 guns per
+2 on each. That would make this one no effect and this one a hit and fall back. Seem fair enough? Yep. All right. No effect here. Breaking here. Oof. Some of Sam's luck is coming back. And then this guy's breaking too. Oh man. Damn, Miller. Oh. Oh. But
Now they're in woods, aren't they?
yes.
Or is
So-
that just like scrub brush or something? I don't know.
Actually, no, you're right. Yeah, so that should be. He's still on 3 hits, but he's back here. Thanks for reminding me. That doesn't apply, but hit and fall back here, and then this would still be a breaking, I think. Yeah, that's still a breaking, even with a +1 for Woods. So, Sam's luck has returned. But he's breaking himself. Yeah.
Well, time to pack it in over there.
Yep. Now, Marshall, I'm kind of impressed. The Confederates have managed to
stabilize
at
in
least,
the center.
Yeah, they've stopped the bleeding.
I mean, they're still bleeding. They're just not bleeding critically.
As hard. Yeah. To put a tourniquet on, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. For 9:15, yeah, sure.
Well,
feel free to send the screenshots.
And the Union has one last brigade they're putting in, and I don't know. I still think the weight of numbers favors the Union.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, the psychology of it all. I don't know what the commanders are thinking. Ewell sent urgent dispatch after urgent dispatch. You know, I'm breaking, I'm routed, I can't hold. Or so I got that impression from what little I reviewed. And it makes his position seem more critical than it really is, when really the critical fight was at Ball's Ford.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot more units involved in that one. And it's interesting to see how the damaged units are suddenly now the strong units, you know, because everybody's damaged now. And they return those units with just 1 hit marker on them back to the front line. Because those are the strongest units they had, and that's what, you know, Stonewall Brigade basically returned to the fight.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I think Jackson might get his moniker this time, too, because he rallied and plugged the gap. So, certainly is going to get a reputation as a fighting general.
Yeah.
Who
just did that?
Well, it wasn't me. But anyway.
Okay. All right. It didn't affect any of my stuff, thank God, but you know.
The poor center.
Yeah, the poor guys in the center, jeez. I bet it was one of them. But I don't know. I think almost everyone involved in the game will have some story of combat, which is nice. I don't think there's really been many people who have been stuck all the time on Marching Simulator.
Oh, I think everyone's had a pretty interesting and compelling experience, even those who haven't seen a lot of combat.
Right.
I've had a dude he's trying to get into combat, but he's just chasing the Confederates now.
Yeah. Who would that be? Thomas A. Davies there?
Yep.
With the New Yorkers? Yeah. Oh boy.
You could tell which one fought at Popular Ford.
Yeah. I wonder which one that was. But just like historically, the Union didn't press Stone Bridge because the Confederates built not ramparts, but they put a lot of. You can see these sticks piled, so they got some breastworks and stuff. Yeah. So they haven't tried to push across the barrier there. All right, I'm gonna go update my players.
Are we switching screenshots at 15?
Yep. Let's do 0915 screenshots and get it going on our end. The folks in the middle can do that on their own time, on their own once they've finished their duties. Have I done Porter and Hunter? No. Porter, no. Okay, so Porter first, then Hunter.
All right, let's take a look at an overview here. It's been a while since I've done one. We have Sam Miller, commanding General B's brigade, in full retreat. He's probably no longer going to be a factor. I don't know if he'll exit the map, but he's out. Over here, I would expect that these Confederate forces at Mitchell's Ford are not going to hold once flanked. However, the Union doesn't have a lot of material, but I think they have enough. It'll take time. It'll take about 30 minutes, but they'll be coming. Over here at Island Ford, Confederates are probably going to hold out for a while longer and may hold for a bit, but if the Union were to push through, we're talking a couple hours worth of activity, they would eventually get here and overwhelm them. But there is this brigade. There's this fresh brigade under Theophilus Holmes that could be decisive here on the right, so we need to see. This is really kind of up in the air. This here looks like it's going to be fought to a standstill or a wash. In the center, I still favor the Union, but The Confederates have stabilized some of their line. Nonetheless, the Union is coming with a fresh brigade, which should be decisive. They also have a number of units in the rear that are sort of recovering. On their left, I think I would favor the Confederates here on the left. I just don't know if it's going to be decisive. But maybe the Confederates can hold on. Here they have some reinforcements coming south. They're not really being pushed. And the force that is pushing them here in the north, I don't know what they're doing. But if the Union can, not the Union, if the Confederates can establish a defense against them, perhaps across one of these rivers or fords or something, they might be able to hold them off. Got a battery back here doing nothing. Forgotten about. That would be embarrassing. Why are we forgotten, sir? And then these folks just kind of hanging out. Let's see what we've got going here. Yeah, it's just a bloodbath. And so it continues. The bloodbath just continues. Alright, I'll pop down into the umpires and leave it on. I'm going to take a short little break on my end. But you can see that things are transpiring. I would have called this a few turns ago. But Carter's not me. Carter wants to play it out to the bitter end, and I think he's giving the Confederates a chance to kind of save it. I certainly don't think the Union's going to end the war here today. I don't think the war ends in July. I think we've got to the point where it may be a Union victory, maybe, but the war's going to drag on. I don't think either side is going to be in any shape to score a decisive victory. Certainly not the Confederates, and I don't think the Union either. They do have some fresh units, a couple brigades fresh, but it's just not going to be enough. Alright, I'll be back.
Quote from our fearless Sam: "Today it's not continue to attack, it's continue to retreat." Oh boy.
I stepped away, so I only heard kind of a portion of that, but the folks in the live stream got it.
I'll repeat it because you need to hear this too. Sam said to me, "Today it's not I continue to attack, it's I continue to retreat."
Oh. Man, I'm like depressed now. I'm done with this. I'm done. I'm going to turn off the live stream, man. I'm so depressed.
Like forcing Sam to retreat is like kicking a puppy. You just can't do it. Like, oh man.
Yeah.
The only reason this is still going is because it looks like the center is still TBD. Like, I mean, I'm not sure who's going to win there.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I mean, eventually I think the Union might turn the flanks on that position, but oh boy, this is just carnage in the center. My gosh. And what's interesting is that there's basically been no fighting on what most people would recognize as the battlefield.
Yeah.
Gents, are we doing giving orders? Sorry, get collecting orders for 9:15.
Yeah, we'll do one more report and then call it.
Cool. Okay, because I've done the screenshots. I'm just checking some other stuff. Grand.
And I'll be right back, guys. I'm
Um,
taking a short break.
Yep. Thanks, Marshall. All right, guys. If you have orders, go ahead and start running 9:30.
All right.
Carter, does Cav work the same way RT hits work? It goes down a die every time.
No, same as infantry. Well, cavalry fight cavalry in the Civil War are basically light infantry, right? They just run to a position, dismount, and then fight, and then they get back on their horses and run away if they need to. It's very rare that you see a mounted cavalry charge in the American Civil War.
I'm just talking about like numbers of.
They're actually kind of like the same amount of guys, or nearly, right? You know, like they'll still kind of lose in increments of 10%. They're just because the cavalry blocks are smaller doesn't mean they're less weighty than the infantry. I'm kind of hoping for a decisive result on the dice this turn, not gonna lie. But, you know, what happens?
F-22, so we enact 9:30 orders if you're ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay.
And this will be the last report, guys. So we actually won't send screenshots once we're done with this. We'll wait for the middle to finish, and then we'll pull everybody in and do the debrief. Wait, no way. Did Felix give like... Oh, no. Okay. I thought Felix, like, when somebody got into a cornfield, sent them, like, a tiny screenshot. I was like, no way did he pull me. Did he pull a me? My gosh. No. He didn't. Okay, so if we sent 545, then I want to... How many reports did we do today? 545, 600, 615, 30, 45, 7, 15, 30, 45, 8, 15, 30, 45, 9, 15, 30. It's like 16 rounds, 16, 17 rounds, I think.
That's
which isn't bad.
That's middle average. That's really good. That's really good. No, despite the fact that you lacked umpires, just did really, really well, Carter. Your team performed solidly. I no longer feel bad about declining to umpire and insisting on announcing.
Yeah. Yes, Liam? Sorry. 1 second, Marshall. That's the end of their movement.
Because these guys charge the cavalry.
Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this has turned out. Yeah. Moved quickly. You know, small map, so.
Mm-hmm. Next weekend, we'll do it with the K22 system, 5-minute increments.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
I know we've been playing all day. It is now 6:45.
Oh, boy. Yeah. We have made it officially to 0800, guys. Congratulations.
You have finally sighted the enemy. Good game, all.
Oh, boy.
That would just be pain for the people up north.
Yeah.
That one combat, and then they just spend hours walking.
You know, I think it'd be interesting to do like K22 and like zoom in on a small section of a big battle. You know, like you could K22, say, the battle for Little Round Top. Right?
Yeah.
You know, I think that would be really interesting.
Yeah. Ooh. Really? Well, it makes sense. Look at that. Routed.
Who's routed?
There was a Union unit that was caught on the flank in the center and got routed. I don't know how you call this one, but the war ain't going to end in July.
No, it ain't. This is... Wow. Yeah, this is devastating.
I'd still call it a union. They're messed up, but the Confederates are broken.
I mean, the Confederates are about to defeat, I think, the main portion of the Union Army here in the center.
Yeah.
Lost the South.
Yeah, so basically it's indecisive, right? You know, like it's a draw.
Based on how these rolls go, could...
Yeah, it could change.
Ooh, that's not good.
That's rough for the Union.
Huh. So it looks like the Confederates
I assume this
win it
fight
on
is
a shoestring, win by a hair maybe.
I'm not even sure if they win necessarily, but like,
Yeah, it's like a Pyrrhic victory almost.
yeah, Pyrrhic victory in the center, and then
I'd say these guys.
They completely lost the northern and southern flank.
Yeah, they did. So both sides report a great victory in the papers, but the soldiers know the truth.
Yeah, still hit fallbacks.
yeah.
Well, it's up to you to call it, Carter, so we'll see what you come up with.
Yeah, so thing is, right? There's a Union division in perfect position to go and secure Manassas Junction, which is, after all, the objective, the reason why both armies are here.
Mm-hmm.
But will they be able to hold Manassas Junction? I'm not so sure, because the whole point of taking Manassas Junction was to secure it as a supply depot to, supply a campaign further south into Virginia, which I don't think at this point is a possibility in the near to midterm future.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
I'd just call it a slight, maybe a slight tactical Confederate victory, but slight Union strategic victory.
It's a draw.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
Pretty much a draw, but it's not the massive Union defeat.
Right. Yeah, so the Union did better than historical, but haven't won the battle,
Not a.
Hey, so is this the last turn? Do we need to send out more reports?
No need to send reports. Once you're done, let me know, and we'll drag everyone in here.
The Confederate Reserve never got sent.
Yeah, geez, the Confederate Reserve Brigade did just sit there the entire battle. He is the one guy who did not have any action this game. He started the game there, and he ended the game there. And not for lack of reports, right? He heard cannon fire in many directions. He
rode up to go check on Mitchell.
Yeah, he rode up to where there was action and still stayed put. Maybe he was under the impression that his orders were do not move at all unless I tell you. Maybe he was like that, right? But even then, maybe he should have taken some initiative.
Because Mitchell's Ford went south in the course of 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, who is his commander in chief?
Beauregard.
And yeah.
Beauregard may have been. Well, in fact, he was definitely way too busy to send him a dispatch. He
Yeah.
probably forgot about him. He was worried about the center.
Yeah.
Which happened. So,
right.
I take it that you guys are finished in the center? That's resolved?
Yep.
Yes.
Which way do you think the center is going?
Which center?
The center of the frickin' game where you're going?
It's inconclusive. The Confederates winning on the left, but the Union will probably punch through on the right.
You've got Bonham coming up behind, haven't you?
And if this unit took 5 hits, it's disintegrated.
And then that's
it.
Joins the
Take
dead
him
pile.
The Union's definitely pushing through on the right, but I think they've lost in Lewis Ford.
Yeah, so
Probably give the Union a slight Union victory, Pyrrhic Union.
No, I'm not giving the Union a Pyrrhic victory. I'm calling this a draw.
Yeah, I'd say the draw as well.
Because like if the Union punches through there, they're gonna have to pull back anyway. Like because their flanks are exposed. What are they gonna do? They've.
I mean, if they drive off the Confederate,
They're blown.
southern...
They don't really have they'll spend the rest of their strength breaking through the Confederate line, and then those guys aren't going to want to fight for the rest of the day. 10% casualties isn't light. 10% casualties is moderate.
Yeah,
and
we've also got all of these Union troops coming in.
Yeah, then you've got all these new troops, haven't you? So Bonham could form a second line here, and shore that up.
Union troops coming in from the north, fresh troops coming in here, no help coming up from the south. Confederate south.
I would call it tactically inconclusive, but a strategic Union victory.
That's why I said Pyrrhic Union victory on the whole strategic tactical.
Because I bet the Union took more losses in the center than the Confederates.
I think the Union took more losses, period. Because most of the units in the dead pile are Union.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, they are.
Well, is dead pile just the ones that routed or the ones that got disintegrated?
Ones that got disintegrated.
It's 4-1 in terms of infantry.
I don't think it should be.
Some of them were literally disintegrated. Certainly two of the Union pieces were obliterated by artillery fire, literally vaporized.
I'll put a routed file because there's a bunch more.
I would call it Pyrrhic Union victory, but
maybe you don't declare a level of victory. You just say, "Here's how it ended up," and just let the historians duke it out.
Since the jury seems to still be out on whether it's Union victory or not, I'll tell the stream that I think it's inconclusive. Right? I think it's a draw, but that's my assessment, and people are free to disagree with me. I'm just in the debrief gonna say it how it went, and let history decide whether to call this a victory or a defeat.
Yep, you're the master umpire. You can totally cop out.
Yeah, so I think,
Go with your draw. I agree with you.
Let's whatchamacallit. Let's get everyone to go into the lobby channel. How does that sound?
Sure.
So how are we gonna get the players in there? Let somebody drag all the Union players into. Or no, never mind. Everybody seems to be going to the lobby channel. I'll make an announcement about it.
The only person who lost today was poor Sam Miller.
Yeah.
He must have had a bad day.
I'm still have to say astonished that Serge playing home didn't move for the entire battle.
It's orders, man.
Oh boy. Okay. All right. Well, here we go. Time to face the players.
We'll rally round the flag, boys. Rally once again.
And the whole Article Fresh Brigade coming in to fight.
Freedom. Okay, I think that's everyone. All right, guys. So, I'm not going to announce a result. I'm going to let history decide, since the umpires were rather divided on whether anybody won, lost, or whether it was a draw or not. So, since there was no consensus, I'm going to let history decide. And of course, you guys will be writing that history in your after-action reports. So I look forward to reading those. But for now, I'm going to give you a debrief and just tell you basically what happened. Does anybody with a better internet connection than me on the umpire table want to stream it?
I have good. If anyone else wants to, though. That for a yes. All right.
All right.
And I'm also live streaming on YouTube, so remember to watch
Yeah, you can
that.
see the whole thing.
from beginning to end with my running commentary and my quips and remarks on some of you.
Yeah, so maybe actually you don't want to listen to that. Maybe you don't want to hear his criticism. But all right, so as most of you, because the Union, well, actually no. So before I go into the event blow by blow, I want to basically say that the reason I chose Bull Run is because the numbers were even, almost exactly split down the middle. Now, the armies weren't the same, right? The Confederates had a lot more cavalry than the Union did. The Union had a bit more artillery than the Confederates did, but they also had a lot more infantry than the Confederates did. So, there were some differences, but in terms of sheer numbers, both sides were pretty much equal. In the Union briefing, I told them that they were facing a Confederate force of about half their size, and I told the Confederates that they were facing about double their number in Union. So there were some, things to try and throw doubt in there, but that's the reason why I picked the battle, because I knew that when the fight actually started, it was going to be a question of who was better, who led better, who had the better plan, who fought better, as opposed to who just had the superior force, right? Can somebody's bleeding through their mic?
Made aware of what's possibly in this, and of course we saw just
I believe that's Damon. Yep. All right. Sorry. So both of you had about 31,000 men deployed on the field. So we simulated a battle of about 65,000 combatants on both sides, right? So pretty large battle. I'll go into the event here blow by blow now. Let's circle Centerville here up in the northeast. That's where the Union Army began this morning. In fact, I will take you back to 0545 when you got this first report. I've got the save. So let me do that and show you exactly what this battle looked like as it began. So here we go. I'll wait till it loads up for Portal because he's the one streaming. So the pre-dawn movements, right, the pre-battle movements actually began at 0430 when the division under Lake, 1st Division, right? That's Tyler? Lake, you were Tyler, right?
Yes, he was.
Okay, all right. They started moving out early because they were ahead of the rest of the force, needed to march a little ways, trying to clear the roads. So they moved out at 4:30 in the morning, and by 05:45, you can see that the situation generally looked like this. The Confederates had deployed some of their cavalry out as scouts to get advance warning of incoming Union forces, and that's why the first contact actually happened in the far east of the battlefield, between Union column here and Confederate cavalry scouts. It was about 05:30 that they spotted them, and 05:45 was when they arrived back with Colonel Evans and 7th Brigade at Blackburn's Ford, warning him that, hey, there's a Union force incoming. So that's where the game began. That was why first contact was at 05:45 and not some other time. Would have been later, perhaps, but it couldn't have been later than 0600 because, as you can see, there's a couple Union forces drawing very close to the Confederates. So battle was about to start at 0600 regardless. The Union were told that the Confederates had one of their armies here and another one in the Shenandoah that could come to reinforce. That army in the Shenandoah was actually already here. It was at Manassas Junction, which isn't on the map, it's just off the map. So you can see the army of the Shenandoah is down here, ready to come on at 0600. So they were basically on the map from the beginning of the game. Oh boy. Whatever. So let's go over the Union plan here. You can kind of see what's going on just by where the Union columns are. But 1st Division under Tyler was making a full press against Balls Ford and Island Ford. Then I believe 2nd Division is over here, right? Is this 2nd Division? Yeah, 2nd Division is screening Mitchell's and Blackburn's fords. 3rd Division is making a press towards the Stone Bridge and Lewis Ford. 4th Division, the reserve, is forming a reserve around this area. And then 5th Division is screening Poplar Ford and Sudley Ford. So basically, it was screen the flanks, force the center, was the idea. Now, we'll see how that actually turned out the opposite because of Confederate resistance, but that's the plan. Of course, the Confederates have spread out their forces along the river. They got basically a brigade at each crossing. Some brigades are more... Well, not all brigades are created equal. Some brigades are more equal than the rest. And so, we've got some bigger brigades guarding some of the more important positions like the Stone Bridge, Sudley Ford, which is where the Union historically crossed. In fact, just to compare this plan to the original Union plan, original meaning historical, I'm going to draw the historical plan for you and show you exactly how different it is, right? So, historically, the Union went up this way with 3 divisions and left 2 to guard this area. That was the historical Union plan. And the Confederate deployment is very much similar to the historical deployment, except perhaps a somewhat greater concentration of brigades in the Northwest than they did historically. Historically, there was a massive concentration in the Southeast, because, of course, the objective, as both sides were, is Manassas Junction. So, seems that both sides kind of forgot about that as the game went on. But let's see exactly what happened. So, if we go back now to our final state, let's analyze exactly what happened between 0545 and 0930, which made this an inconclusive result, at least in my view. So, Union presses across Balls Ford and across Lewis Ford and is met by Confederate troops. They're starting to get pushed back until the Army of the Shenandoah actually shows up from the southeast and starts reinforcing. And so I'm going to let, because this was kind of the decisive part of the battle, I'm going to let somebody who was actually umpiring that give us the blow-by-blow account there before I talk about what happened on the flanks, which makes the result somewhat hard to tell. So would Felix, Portals, or ARP be happy to share what happened in the middle there? Portals?
Oh boy.
Or Felix? Yeah.
Well, I think I did more of Balls Ford. Felix did more of Lewis Ford.
Yeah.
If
you want to kind of tag team it.
If you want to.
Okay. So at Lewis Ford, basically, Wilcox's brigade showed up, unlimbered the guns, fired into the one regiment that was defending it, and they ran away. And so they crossed the river and formed kind of a beachhead on the other side. Then Nick's troops came in as reinforcements, and from there on out, it was basically a stalemate where sometimes it looked like they would push through, sometimes it looked like really bad for them, and there was some interesting cavalry charges and stuff going on, but otherwise it really didn't go anywhere until now, where it finally looks like with Confederates bringing in more troops, that the Union will not be able to hold this position. As far as I cannot predict the future, but that's how it looks to me.
At Balls Ford, we had the whole Union 1st Division, which is a lot of troops, push in. We only had one Confederate at the beginning, Colonel Koch. I must say, Colonel Koch did a very good job holding them at Balls Ford for much longer than needed. He had only about regiments here, facing out against, I think, 12 Union regiments across the ford and delaying them. Part of the issue was some bad luck on the Union side as well. But they were delayed much longer than I. Then, once Ball's Ford fell, this sort of general battle line started, and I must say, the Union many times was really close to punching through against Colonel Koch and the Confederate right flank. Luckily for the Confederates, Joseph E. Johnston and Thomas Jackson came up here, saved this flank just in time. The timing, I mean, really perfect for the Confederates for this.
There stands Jackson like a stone wall.
I said brick wall, not stone wall, so that's not going to be.
It wasn't quite like that right at the beginning, though, because I'm just going to jump in for because I did the beginning part. yes, good old brick wall Jackson. Yeah, Jackson moved up, and actually, it was a little bit, history could be changed to runaway Jackson, because the initial attacks by the Unions were very successful, and a lot of his troops ran away, and he had some very, very poor rolls with his firing as artillery. But then the stone wall kicked in and they were able to stabilize, and then the line, as you can see, kind of did sort of fall into that. But there was a real, I think, danger right at the beginning that the Union could have flanked and punched through immediately, really.
Well, in the Union, I do think, and this is my own opinion, not all the umpires, I do think the Union would push through eventually here. The Confederates just don't have enough. It's just that the Union were really delayed, crossing Ball's Ford, and just pushing forward was hard for them. And that's because the Confederates had just a pretty good position here.
And so that's where we find ourselves at 0930 in the center here, which was, of course, where the Union was focusing their attack. The Confederates delayed them. They probably going to manage to break through the Confederate line later, but it's my personal assessment. You guys can disagree with me if you'd like, but my personal assessment is that after breaking through the Confederate center here, the Union Army is not really going to be in a position to exploit that breakthrough because of, well, all of their troops are blown. The last kind of fresh troops here, these reserve regiments, are about to be committed and are going to probably be the linchpin of the next Union assault. And so it's going to basically both sides are going to be blown after the fight in the middle there. But now let's talk a little bit about the flanks and why this is a little bit harder to call than just saying, oh, it looks like the Union are going to win in the center or draw in the center, that kind of thing. So I'll talk about the right flank first, the eastern side, because that's where I was, so I can actually speak with some authority as to what happened there. Of course, as I explained, this was supposed to just be kind of a holding action, but you see, you can never discount what units are in the brigades, because at a certain point, the U.S. Marines here of the Marine Corps Battalion got itchy. They got really itchy. And so they begged their brigade commander, let us at him. And so he was happy to exceed his orders and oblige them. And so they went across and started a running battle here at Blackburn's Ford, which lasted the better part of 2 hours, and saw Porter's brigade here drive back both the Demi Brigade of Evans and Barnard Elliott, I think it's Bernard Elliott B. Jr.'s brigade, commanded by a slightly more famous IKS commander than this guy is a famous commander IRL, Sam Miller, all the way back to Manassas Junction is where they're about to end up next turn. It was a lot of kind of back and forth, but just the Confederates were taking the heavier casualties and were forced back every time. And so now, with Porter coming around, the forces at Mitchell's Ford, General Burnside managed to push across Mitchell's Ford and drive back the remains of General Jubal Early, I think it's Colonel Early. Yeah, Colonel Jubal Early's brigade. And so both Mitchell's Ford and Blackburn's Ford fell. And so, as of right now, the road to the main objective, Manassas Junction, is wide open.
Union victory.
So, one thing, though, somebody has helpfully circled it. there's a Confederate brigade, I believe the only brigade in this entire battle, which hasn't moved at all. The Reserve Brigade of General Theophilus Holmes. Lover of God is what that name means, and well, I guess he loves peace, right? Because God loves peace, because he did not move at all. So he did not fight anyone, he did not see anyone, he even rode down to the ford there to check it out. I guess he was waiting for orders which never came, because Beauregard was presumably too busy worrying about the center to remember that he had a reserve brigade on the flanks. So I'm not going to cast any blame there, but it was just interesting that that brigade never moved when perhaps it could have done something over here, but who knows? So that's one wrench into the Confederate victory condition, right? Is that, the Union have an open route to Manassas Junction. So you guys are going to have to, in your revisionist histories, try and justify somehow, why that isn't important. And then in the north, something else also happened, and I want somebody who was up there, either Peter Fryer or how about F-22 guy? This is your first outing as an umpire, so why don't you tell us what happened up north at Poplar Ford and at Sudley Springs?
So basically, sorry. So basically, what happened? The 5th Division was sent to secure Popular Ford and Sudley Ford, but after marching for a considerable amount of time and not reaching Sudley Ford, he decided to hold Poplar Ford and secure Mountain View and make sure they don't flake around from the north. They had a really intense battle for around like 30 to 45 minutes at Poplar Ford, which the Confederates started retreating. He waited there for around 30 minutes, consolidating all of his forces, and then eventually started pushing south down the road. He was met with little to no resistance, and there was only one major battle.
All right, and so that's where we find the Union 5th Division now, in position to start exploiting the northern flank of this position. So even if, say, the Union forces get driven across Lewis Ford here, which they most likely will, there is that threat coming in from the north. You can see that the Confederates have redeployed General Longstreet to kind of guard that avenue, but of course, it's still TBD whether or not how that's going to actually end up. And so that's another kind of wrench into the Confederate works. But of course, the center is the wrench into the Union works, and it's really anybody's game, to to rewrite history to see who wins after 9:30 in the center. But we don't have time to figure that out today. So maybe if people are interested, we'll run that for the next few hours on some other occasion. But I'm not too interested in doing that today. A lot of people have to go. So I would, just like any other normal Saturday, say let's have everybody give their opinion, but there's way too many people for that. So we'll have to leave the discussion for after the official debrief to continue for anybody who wants it. But really who I want to hear from right now are the side commanders. And so we've got 3 Army commanders here. We've got Irvin McDowell for the Union, and then we've got Joseph Johnston and Pierre Toussaint Goussant, whatever French New Orleans name, Beauregard, for the other Confederate Army. And so I want to hear from, let's hear from Beauregard first, and then we'll go McDowell and then Johnston. So Beauregard, what did you think of the battle?
Oh yeah, it was a lot of fun. I did not expect to be at Lewis Ford for the majority of the battle, but entrusting 2 fords to just one brigade it turned out to be too much. But the team of Beauregard and Koch seemed to do wonders in holding the Yankees back to begin with, and then as others came in. But our original plan was to spread ourselves maybe a little too thin in trying to defend all of the major fords, all of the named fords anyway, and try to buy time for Johnston to come up and deploy his army. And that seemed to be working at first, but I guess it did seem like the Union deployed a lot of forces in some key areas that we were a little weak at. I will also point my very first dispatch was to Holmes to deploy at Blackburn's Ford. So that hopefully that courier is shot after this battle is over. If he didn't make it,
He was probably already shot because it didn't reach him.
Yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. Well, I'll say one thing just to mention before anybody who was watching the live stream starts flaming any player here. I will say that basically nobody except the umpires had this module. Nobody except the umpires had this map. The players were given maps to use, but they weren't this map, and they were intentionally different in some areas than this map. Some fords were much farther away from each other than they appeared on the other maps that the players had. And so it was basically, I wanted to introduce a kind of land navigation problem. Look at this. I should be here, but it doesn't match what it says on my map, and that's something that really happened, right? And you can see in the example of Union 5th Division where they were marching west and west and west, but couldn't find Sudley Springs.
Ricardo, one example before I butt out is that I was never supposed to be anywhere near Balls Ford. I was ordered to Island Ford, and that's where I tried to go, but I ended up here and got stuck there for the rest of the battle.
Yeah, I was also supposed to be at Island Ford, but I just ended up here.
Yeah, so
hey,
a lot of stuff
we,
like that.
We roll the punches. I'm fine.
Yeah. So that was just one thing that I wanted to mention. And then now I guess we'll go to the next side commander. General Irvin McDowell, could you please give us your perspective of the battle?
Well, first and foremost, when cavalry just started appearing out of nowhere for every single division, I just kept hearing reports of, like, how many units do they have? Like, it seemed like a whole army of cavalry was just facing us down. But when they pushed back, I sort of stayed with the 4th Division, who was put in reserve. The push to the middle seemed good from all the reports I was hearing, and eventually I went to go check up on the situation, and everyone was so confident for half the time. Half the time they were confident, half the time they weren't. When I looked at the situation, I was concerned, but we seemed to be pushing. You didn't see many enemies. The Lewis, I went to, at the end of the game, I'm around Balls Fort, but you could see that at Lewis's fort, we get pushed back. I was there like 30 minutes ago and it looked great. And then now we're falling back. Artillery did not last very long this whole game. Like, I don't know. You'll see there's a few at Balls, but they were only in it for a part. I think Lewis lost theirs. I heard reports that the East lost their artillery. So I don't know what happened there. We had the artillery advantage at first, and then we lost it. It didn't seem like, from anything I heard, that they had this many units. And the reports I was receiving from the sides were from the northwest, when we were looking at the island, parlor crossing or whatever it's called up here. Every time I heard an update, I was just surprised by how much we were able to advance. It didn't seem like a front we were. I'm surprised how efficient they were. Stonebridge looks like how I expected to be being flanked, but I thought it would be flanked from Ballsford when we broke through, and not Stonebridge. I mean, not Poplar. So, and I had no idea what was going on in the East for most of the game. You guys seem to really be having fun. So yeah, it was crazy. I think I pushed reserves in a little too late is part of the problem. Maybe we would have been able to hold Lewis as if we were more in there, but I think it was a good battle by each one on the edge, and absolute chaos for most of it.
Which was quite intentional, and I also will mention in between these side commander reports that I believe all of these side commanders, this is one of, if not their first Kriegsspiel. So, and that was entirely by design. I wanted all of the high command players to be pretty new to playing this style of war game, which would help kind of bring in that extra element of realism of, a lot of these guys didn't have a lot of experience, right? So bringing in that element as well. So let's finally hear from General Joseph E. Johnston before I open up the floor.
Hello. Yes. So, as you know, we've arrived at the Manassas Junction, and the initial plan was to deploy our third to the Blackburn's Ford. and then our force to the island and Bedsford, which seemed a lot closer on the map than they turned out to be in this map. So, but there was very little communication. Had no idea where I am. I couldn't speak to General Beauregard, which was the initial plan. And when we have finally arrived around Portici, we saw Confederate forces being pushed back near Balls and Lewis Ford. So I have committed our first and third. I believe I asked our first to go to the Island Ford and our third to go to Balls Ford, but they both ended up there. Oh, sorry, our first and fourth. So, and then the second I've asked to stay as reserve, but looks like they have ended up redeploying to who knows where. As and then I think Mr. Beauregard has taken command of our fort and transferred them over to Lewis. I guess it has worked out in the end, as I can see there's a battle line formed. But truth be told, I don't think I was in command of it for most of the time, as I was lost. I didn't know where I was, and I think my umpire forgot to update me for about 45 minutes. I was
Yeah,
that.
that was
I'm glad. I'm glad our men have done well.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, sorry about that. Both I and ARP forgot to update you for a few minutes there, so that's my bad. Should have been on top of that. But you did well, and I think all of the side commanders did well for their. It was guaranteed their first outing as a side commander, so very good job. I'd like to congratulate them. You know, this is not an easy job, so you know I think that you all performed well on your first outings. Again, I'm not going to express a final judgment. I'm going to let the after action reports argue their case. The umpires were very divided on how to call it, and so we just decided to be indecisive ourselves and not call anything. So, with that all out of the way, I'd like to open up the floor for anyone who has their own comments and that kind of thing.
All right, folks on the live stream, I'm sure there's a lot of good things for these guys to say and add, but in the interest of time, my own time being limited, I am going to wrap up the live stream here. After action reports will almost certainly be published on our Discord site. You will also probably see something on Kriegsspiel.org. You'll probably see after action reports and blog posts there. Tomorrow, during Coffee, Kegs, and Kriegsspiel, we will almost certainly talk about this particular experience, some of the things that I observed, and the lessons that were learned. And again, comment on the YouTube, ask questions, post whatever, get into our Discord. You can find the link on Kriegsspiel.org. And of course, please, if you enjoy this stuff, support us on Patreon. Go to patreon.com/Kriegsspiel and subscribe to us there. Help us out. And if you want to get yourself some kind of a souvenir or something, head on over to Kriegs Depot. Again, it's the shopping link on our website. The blog is also on our website. The podcast is on the website. Everything is on the website. So go to the website and enjoy to your heart's content. Thank you all for tuning in and watching, and we will see you